to go. So I can leave George, who I no longer trust, to Madison. I muttered this to myself. And little did these two know, a huge disaster was waiting for them later. I am Julia, a 43-year-old working in construction. I have a childhood friend named Madison. I've been playing with her since I was a child. However, by the time we entered junior high, we both became rebellious and ended up in a gang-like relationship. This relationship continued until we graduated from high school, but as adults, we ended up living completely opposite lives. When I was in my 20s, I was immersed in polishing myself, such as getting a qualification while working in order to make up for my dislike of studying since I was a child. My efforts paid off, and my career was on track by my 30s. On the other hand, Madison spent all through her 20s and 30s hanging out, believing it was a waste not to enjoy life while she could. As we passed our 40s, both unmarried, Madison didn't seem to be in a hurry. In contrast, I, who was raised by a single mother after losing my father at a young age, I started to think about getting married to make my mother happy. There were many men at my workplace, but those close to my age were all married. I casually asked my boss if he knew anyone good. Then, my boss introduced me to a single man close to my age. His name is George. George was 2 years older than me and ran a construction company. He seemed serious and respectable at first glance. George runs the company he inherited from his parents, and like me, he is dedicated to his work. Despite his busy life, he hadn't shown much interest in marriage until now. We hit it off due to our many commonalities and continued dating. A year after we met, we promised to marry each other. I shared the news with Madison. Really? That's great, Julia. Congratulations. Thank you. I'm sorry I'm getting married before you. Don't worry about it. Just be happy. Madison was happy for me. Thank you so much. You must come to the wedding. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Having informed Madison, all that was left was to prepare for the wedding. Tomorrow, I will be visiting George's family home for the first time. I was excited and thrilled. However, I would later learn that this joy was only temporary. The next morning, I got ready with great enthusiasm. I wondered what George's family home was like. Although it's called his family home, George's parents have already passed away. So, the family home refers to the house where George is currently living alone. Nonetheless, I was very curious about the environment George grew up in. I had wanted to visit George's house before, but he never invited me. George's house seems to be quite far from mine, located at the foot of a mountain. I have a car, so I thought about going there directly after asking for the address. But George insisted on picking me up because the place was hard to find. While driving, George said somewhat sheepishly, "Well, it's quite rural, so you might be surprised." No, I prefer quiet environments over bustling places. If it's rural, maybe it's serene? I'm really looking forward to it. I said this to lighten the mood, but George seemed hesitant, as if he didn't want me to get my hopes up too much. But for me, it was exciting just to think about the place where the person I love lives. Just thinking about it was nothing but exciting. The car drove for over an hour after entering the neighboring county. I headed into a dimly lit bamboo grove. It was far from the idyllic countryside I imagined. Then, the car stopped in a place that felt like a creepy, abandoned site. "We're here. This is my house." I was let out in a garage surrounded by piles of rubble. In front of me, an old house that seemed to be over 100 years old stood. Is this your house?" "Yes, this is my home. It's a bit old but well built." I stood there with my mouth agape, looking around every corner of the house. The site was large, but the building was a small wooden bungalow. I naively thought that he would move out after getting married. However, George's next words took me by surprise. "Come on in. This is the house we'll be living in together from now on, so feel free to make yourself at home." Excuse me? Living in this house forever after getting married? Feeling faint, I asked George, "Are we going to live here? It's nearly a 2-hour drive from my work." "What? Julia, you can just quit your job after we get married." My earnings are more than enough for us to live on. I was shocked by George's unexpected words. We had discussed our careers before, but he had never mentioned wanting me to quit my job after marriage. But I told you I love my job. Why would you decide on your own that I should quit without discussing it with me? When I pressed him, George looked puzzled and replied, "Isn't it common sense for a woman to quit her job and stay home once she marries a man with a good income? My mother did the same. So I thought it went without saying." I was dumbfounded with my eyes wide open. I never imagined there would still be men with such old-fashioned views today. This place is not only far from my work but also from my family home. I currently live with my mother, and moving so far away would be inconvenient in many ways. I wanted to discuss this, but my mind went blank and I couldn't find the words. And this house. Although it's an old house with a solid structure, parts of the walls were crumbling, and the floors creaked as I walked. The bathroom and toilet are outdated, and there are few rooms, which would be inconvenient if we had children. Can we really live in this house forever? Seeing my anxious expression, George tried to reassure me. Don't worry. It might take some getting used to at first, but old houses have their charm. You'll come to find it comfortable. No, that's not the issue. I wanted to say, but I couldn't find the words. For now, I decided not to say anything and asked George to take me home before it got too late. You should stay here tonight since it's so far away. George said casually, but I was in no mood to take up his offer. That day, I went to bed early and lay in bed thinking. Right, even though I initially agreed to live in George's family home, we could always move eventually. Having worked all this time, I have some savings, and of course, George should have enough money to build a new house too. I decided to discuss this with George the next time we met. On my next day off, I brought up the idea of a new house with George. However, he didn't seem keen on the idea. Why? It seems like such a waste to move when we already have a house. George had already set his mind on living in his own house. I wondered if it was selfish of me to care about the convenience of getting to work or living closer to my family home. I felt a rising irritation. Yet, I didn't fall out of love with George, and we got married as planned. Indeed, considering his status as a construction company owner, our wedding was a grand affair. Of course, Madison attended too. Madison, looking flashy and youthful, stood out at the venue, attracting attention from the men. Even George, the groom, asked if that beautiful woman was my friend. Though I was the bride, I felt a tinge of jealousy towards Madison. Somehow, the wedding went off without a hitch, and our married life began. George was content with living leisurely in his familiar home. Reluctantly, I quit my job to focus on home life, but something felt amiss. So, I had been planning something. One day, I received a call from the hospital where my mother was a regular patient. According to the hospital, my mother had suddenly become ill and needed to be hospitalized. I rushed to the hospital and entered my mother's room. "Mom, are you okay?" "Julia, I'm sorry to worry you." My mother's complexion was very poor. Upon asking the doctor, it seemed her condition was serious, and she would need a long hospital stay. I decided to stay with my mother for a while and went back home to pack my things. I told George the first needed to be with my mother for some time. But George didn't seem too worried about my mother. "Ah, I see. Well, take your time." I was taken aback by his reaction. As if I were going on a leisure trip instead of attending to my sick mother. Yet, George seemed annoyed by my expression. "What? Why that look? Did I say something wrong?" "No, it's nothing." Thinking about it, George was raised in a wealthy family. Expecting him to understand might be asking too much. So, I didn't argue further and quickly returned to the hospital. It's been almost 3 months since my mother was hospitalized. Her condition remains the same, and she still needs my support. What bothers me more is that George has not visited even once. Is he still holding a grudge because I frowned at his words? If that's the case, it's incredibly petty. My mother, lying in her bed, looked at me with concern. "Julia, is George okay?" "Don't worry about me, maybe you should go back home to him." "It's okay, Mom. I do go home occasionally." I said this to avoid worrying her further, but to be honest, I was anxious. For about the first month, I indeed went back home to check on things. However, George was in a bad mood and wouldn't even speak to me. After finishing chores like cleaning and laundry, I would just head back to the hospital. Eventually, I started to feel as if George was managing the household chores on his own, and perhaps I wasn't needed at home. At night, when my mother was asleep, I would lie awake, thinking about various things. Is it really okay to continue like this? Months passed by. During this time of contemplation, I received a phone call. When I looked at my phone, it was a call from Madison. Hello? Julia, it's been a while. I was just wondering how you've been, so I decided to call. Madison, it really has been a long time. How have you been? Hearing Madison's voice after such a long time made my heart leap with joy. However, I felt a slight hesitation in her response to my question. Yeah, I'm doing fine. Oh. I see. Somehow, the atmosphere felt tense, and I wasn't sure what to say next. Then, Madison started the conversation. Hey, when are you coming back home next? Excuse me? I hadn't told Madison that I was currently away from home, taking care of my mother. So, I was puzzled as to why she would ask such a question. But since she had reached out after so long, I tried to remain calm and asked her. What's up, Madison? Did you call because you needed something? No, nothing in particular. I just wanted to hear your voice. While she was talking, I heard a man's voice in the background saying, Hey, Madison, which sounded oddly familiar. Upon hearing that voice, Madison exclaimed, Oh, and hurriedly ended the call. That voice, could it be? A shiver ran down my spine. It had been over 3 months since I stopped returning home. A bad feeling started to creep over me, so I decided to go home the next day. The following day, after the morning rounds at the hospital, I rushed home. Since it was Sunday, George should be at home. When I arrived by car, I noticed a bright red sports car parked in the space where my car should be. This car, it looked familiar. Upon unlocking the front door and entering, I saw a pair of stylish high heels in the entrance. It seemed my premonition was correct. George, are you here? As I called out from the entrance, George appeared with wide eyes. Julia, why are you back all of a sudden? At least give me a heads up before returning. Why? These shoes and the car in the garage. Aren't they Madison's? Yeah. Madison just happened to stop by. George tried to smooth over the situation, but he was clearly flustered. Then, Madison emerged from the back, wearing a casual dress. Don't come out, George said to Madison, but she appeared nonchalant. Why not? There's no need to sneak around. We have to talk about it eventually, right? Madison seemed defiant. Without any sign of remorse, she stood boldly in front of me. Madison, usually so stylish, was wearing a simple dress that covered her ankles. Almost like a maternity dress. As I was thinking this, Madison revealed a surprising fact. I'm pregnant. Don't come back here. What? Didn't you hear me? George and I are having a baby. That can't be, really? Madison, standing defiantly, dropped this bombshell while George beside her sighed deeply, looking down. Perhaps George had hoped for a more calm and collected conversation. It's your fault, Julia. You neglected your husband under the guise of accompanying your mother. You brought this upon yourself. Madison said triumphantly. But I wasn't upset. Seeing that I wasn't panicking, Madison said, pouting. What's with that attitude? I heard you didn't like this house. That's fine by me. I don't mind the old house or the spacious grounds. And there are no nosy neighbors. Plus, George is kind and wealthy, so it's perfect. George, perhaps feeling validated by Madison's words, suddenly changed his demeanor from awkward to confident. When I saw Madison at the wedding, it fell in love at first sight. So, I thought I'd ask you, who dislikes this house? To leave so Madison and I could live here. Exactly. George looked up my contact information from the guest list and called me. He said you weren't coming back, so he wanted me to come over. I was hesitant at first, but he seemed to need me so much. I couldn't say no, Madison bragged. Oh, I see. I responded indifferently. Humph. You're just putting on a brave face. You must be seething inside. I'll say it again, I'm carrying George's child. So, don't come back here. Madison said. To that, I responded with a smile. Is that so? Gladly. My unexpected reaction left George and Madison dumbfounded. Julia, what are you saying? Aren't you angry about my affair? Well, I was surprised at first, but not really angry. Besides, I already have a new place to live. A new home. What do you mean? George looked puzzled, so I explained. Actually, I've been looking for a new house since we got married. I thought we could live here initially. But it's not practical if we have children. There are no schools around here. Madison seemed taken aback by my words. She hadn't considered the need for schools when thinking about their future child. Why didn't you discuss such an important matter with me? Because you said you didn't want to move out from here. So, I looked into real estate and researched online by myself. But now, it's no longer your concern. What do you mean? George was astonishingly clueless. Despite his affair and getting Madison pregnant, he seemed to think we could still move together. I continued calmly. Since you've chosen Madison and are expecting a child with her, you should just live here with her. You can afford to send your child to a distant private school and drive them every day. George seemed to accept my words with nods of agreement. Madison was surprised at my calm demeanor and asked, Julia, aren't you too accepting of this? How can you so easily accept George and my relationship? No, I've just lost my trust in George, who never once visited my seriously ill mother in the hospital. So, I've decided to live with my mother in the new house. We've arranged for home nursing care from the hospital. Aren't you really angry about the affair? You won't demand alimony later, will you? George was still only thinking about himself. A true product of a sheltered upbringing. Don't worry. I won't do anything underhanded. I said with a slight smile. I knew that without my intervention, these two would face their own significant challenges later on. Then George and I divorced. And I moved to the new house with my mother. The new house, made barrier-free, allows my mother to recuperate comfortably. It's close to the hospital, so help is readily available if needed, which gives me peace of mind. George was living his newlywed life with Madison in that house. Madison's belly was gradually growing, but there was no hospital nearby. So, George had to drive her over an hour for each medical checkup. Despite this, one might expect them to have a happy married life, but then, after a while, I received a call from George. Hey, why do we have to leave our house? I thought to myself that the day had finally come. Did your uncle come by? Yeah, he did. Did you know about this and keep it a secret? The uncle he referred to was his father's brother. Oh, but George, you should have known that the house is owned by your uncle. Ah. It seemed George had forgotten about this and had been living in the house all this time. I remembered being told when I visited George's relatives before our marriage. Before George's father, the eldest son, passed away, he entrusted the ownership of the family home to his brother, the uncle. They believed George was unreliable as an heir, so they couldn't let him inherit it. So, George was living there with his uncle's consent. I completely forgot about that. But my uncle suddenly came by yesterday, saying he had informed his wife that they were planning to sell the land. Why didn't you say anything about this important matter? Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh inwardly at how much of a character George's uncle was. I had told the uncle everything that led to the divorce. And then, he had promised to give George a piece of his mind. I'm sorry. I was about to tell you about the house being sold, but then you went ahead and got Madison pregnant. I thought I'd leave the rest to the two of you. But it's fine, isn't it? You have enough money to move anywhere, right? Ah, well, about that. George's voice suddenly darkened. I knew what he was about to say, but I pretended not to know and asked him. What's wrong? I've been demoted from the position of president. My uncle said the employees wouldn't follow me because I'm unreliable. He told me to start over as a regular employee. So, my salary is going to be less than half. Oh, is that so? I responded nonchalantly, but I already knew all about it from George's uncle. Madison is furious. She wanted to remodel the house we lived in and build a spacious mansion. When she heard we had to vacate the house and that my salary was cut, she hasn't spoken to me since last night. What should I do? George sounded almost on the verge of tears. It was clear that Madison had started dating George for his money. Well, that's something I'm not involved in anymore. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Wait, what? No. Hold on. George tried to keep me on the line, but I didn't care and quickly hung up. The next moment, I received a call from Madison. I didn't want to answer, knowing what she would probably say, but I figured she would keep calling persistently if I ignored her. So, reluctantly, I answered the phone. Madison's voice came through like a torrent. Hey. What are you going to do about this? It's all your fault, Julia. I thought I had married a rich man. Just as I expected, Madison lashed out with predictable complaints. Well, it's fine, isn't it? George is a kind husband for you. It's not like he's unemployed. I can't accept this. You knew, didn't you? We had to leave the house. And you kept quiet about it. That's so cowardly. What would have happened if I had told you earlier? If you couldn't have the ideal life you wanted, you would have left, right? That would be pitiful for the child in your belly. Madison had nothing to say in response when I hit back with the truth. No matter what life becomes, now that you're going to have a family, you need to stand firm. After conveying just that, I quickly hung up again. I harbored no resentment for losing George. I just couldn't believe I lacked the judgment in men. Forced to leave, George and Madison apparently moved to her parents' house. Despite Madison's parents being angry about their daughter marrying a man who left his wife, they gladly accepted the situation for the sake of their forthcoming grandchild. Years later, George and Madison, with their child in tow, showed up at my place. I hadn't given them my new address, but they had apparently spotted me in town and followed me to find out where I lived. I wondered why they went through all that trouble. Julia, are you there? Actually, we were in the area for our child's kindergarten entrance exam and decided to stop by, Madison announced pompously upon barging into my home. Even as a mother now, she still wore flashy makeup and fashion. I didn't really want to see her, but I responded politely to avoid any unnecessary comments. Still the same, I see. So, how did it go? I wasn't interested in Madison's affairs, but I knew she would bring something up, so I asked anyway. Haha, listen to this. Our child got into the best kindergarten in this area. So, you came all the way here just to tell me that? Well, congratulations. It was clear she had come to brag. Exactly. Our child is so talented, just like his dad. And he inherited my good looks, which made a great impression during the interview. Madison continued to ramble on with her boasting. Oh, that's nice for you. I replied sarcastically, which seemed to irritate Madison as she glared at me with a scowl. Despite someone's actions almost leading us to hell, we're now happily living as a family. There's nothing like having a family and a home, right? George? Ah, yeah. Sure. George finally spoke up from behind Madison. Their son, indeed resembling Madison with his well-defined features, glared at me with a haughty expression. Seemingly inheriting not just her looks but her prideful demeanor as well. And this, the best kindergarten, is. Haha, you wouldn't know about kindergartens, being single, right? It's Oliver Kindergarten, just nearby. Madison spoke disdainfully, so I quickly retorted. Who said I'm single? I've remarried. George and Madison looked dumbfounded at my revelation. Really? I thought this was your family home where you lived with your mother. Yes, but now I live here with my husband. At that moment, my husband, David, appeared. Got guests? Please, come in. Ah. You are. Upon seeing David, both George and Madison exclaimed in surprise. Recognizing them, David responded. "Ah, you must be Liam's parents who came for the interview the other day. You were the interviewer, right? Sorry for the late introduction, I'm David Oliver, the principal of Oliver Kindergarten. You're Julia's friends, I take it? My wife always speaks highly of you." Learning that David was the principal of Oliver Kindergarten left George and Madison speechless. "The principal is your husband?" "Yes, that's right. I can't believe someone like you would marry the principal of a prestigious private kindergarten. How did you even meet?" Madison criticized me. But I had worked hard and changed since the old days. I wasn't about to be belittled by her now. We met through work. My company was contracted for the renovation of the kindergarten. It's true. I was impressed by her dedication to her job, so I was the one who asked her out, and that's how our relationship started. David added shyly. "Let me introduce you properly. This is my ex-husband, George, and his wife, Madison, who used to be my best friend and took George from me." "Hey. Don't introduce us like that." "Yeah, what kind of thing is that to say in front of a child?" Standing in front of the principal of the kindergarten their child was about to enter, George and Madison were visibly flustered and embarrassed. It was already a prestigious private kindergarten with a long-standing reputation. The revelation of such unfavorable family circumstances must have been unbearable for them. Madison, apprehensively, asked David. Does this mean our child's admission will be revoked?" David slightly tilted his head with a stern look but soon returned to his usual expression and replied. "For now, let's observe your child's behavior in the kindergarten. Does that mean our child can still attend?" George and Madison seemed relieved. However, they seemed unaware of how challenging life in the kindergarten could be. Life at the kindergarten turned out to be a disaster for George and Madison. This was because our kindergarten had a strong community among the parents. And even a hint of negative gossip could spread quickly. Thus, rumors about Madison stealing her husband from the principal's wife spread like wildfire. Most parents were strict about their children's education, so George and Madison were quickly ostracized. Their situation affected their child. Liam, who became isolated from his peers and cried every day, wanting to leave the kindergarten. Eventually, they had to withdraw from the kindergarten, and the family disappeared from our lives. Later, David heard from another kindergarten principal one news. George's family had transferred Liam to a public kindergarten. However, the same rumors spread there too, making their local standing increasingly uncomfortable. Eventually, George and Madison left Liam. Lately, it seems that Madison's parents are the ones attending kindergarten drop-offs, pickups, and events. Madison's parents, who were well-liked in the neighborhood, attended kindergarten events and ensured Liam could attend without issues. Even Madison's parents, who had been indulgent, seemed to have given up on her, deciding to raise Liam as his guardians. I was concerned for Liam, but hearing this from David, I felt relieved. Sometime later, Madison's parents came to apologize. "We're sorry for coming so late. We wanted to bring Madison, but she absolutely refused." "Is Madison back at home?" I was surprised to hear Madison was at home, having heard that the couple was missing. According to her parents, George and Madison, unable to endure poverty, divorced, and only Madison returned home. Yet, Liam doesn't see her as a mother, and she's ignored at home. Time passed, and I gave birth to a daughter, my first child. Having delivered in a local hospital, I made many mom friends. Though I lost a childhood friend, I now look forward to spending time with mom friends in similar situations. David took paternity leave and has been an excellent hands-on dad. This might be the happiest time of my life. No, I intend to continue enjoying parenting with good family and friends around. I want to pour all my love into raising my daughter just like my mother did for me. Even if there are times when I head in the wrong direction, like my daughter. I'll trust in my family, the people around me, and above all, myself. Vowing to live a strong life as a mother. My husband, Benjamin, and I were high school. Our relationship started during a school trip in our sophomore year. I had a dream. It was to become a doctor. At that time, Benjamin had a dream too. It was to become a lawyer. Dreams, getting into our respective universities. It seemed like we were both smoothly on our way to achieving our goals, but Benjamin failed the bar exam 5 times. After that, Benjamin started working in sales at a general company. And after 6 years of university and a 2-year training period, I successfully become the doctor. Congratulations! Benjamin was as happy for me as if it were his own achievement. Thank you. I think it's going to get even busier from now on. I'm sorry if I have to cancel our dates more often than before. There were several times during my residency when I was called in for emergencies. Now, as a fully fledged doctor, I have to work with even more responsibility. Especially in obstetrics and gynecology, we can't schedule the birth of children to coincide with our convenience. We must be available 24/7 whenever a child decides to arrive. There's no time to worry about dates or anything else. Feeling apologetic to Benjamin, I said sorry, and then he said, "So, why don't we get married?" "Oh, marriage? Yeah. That way, we can always be together. You can go to work when you need to, and if we have kids and something urgent comes up, I'll support you." As I was surprised by the sudden proposal, he hugged me and reassured me with strong words. I remember answering, "I'd be honored," while crying. Working in obstetrics is the only field where you can be part of the miracle of life. Of course, we also treat illnesses, but there's a joy in this field that you can't find in any other. I could say it's my true calling. Now, I'm 35 years old. I've been working as an OB/GYN for 9 years. I've been present at numerous births and have delivered many babies myself. However, Benjamin and I have been married for 7 years, and we don't have any children of our own. We both love kids and used to say we wanted many. I'll work hard at my job. Benjamin was very enthusiastic at the beginning of our marriage. But that enthusiasm has significantly faded. This is something beyond our control, so we thought it was okay, but that was no longer the case. Recently, even when Madison said this with a triumphant look. But I was not upset at all and jumped on the phrase, "Don't come back's part." Really? I'm delighted. My unexpected reaction left George and Madison dumbfounded. "Julia, what are you saying? Aren't you mad at me for cheating?" Well, I was surprised at first, but I'm not really mad. Besides, I already have a new place to call home. A new home. What are you talking about? Yes, I already have a place to go. So I can leave George, who I no longer trust, to Madison. I muttered this to myself. And little did these two know, a huge disaster was waiting for them later. I am Julia, a 43-year-old working in construction. I have a childhood friend named Madison. I've been playing with her since I was a child. However, by the time we entered junior high, we both became rebellious and ended up in a gang-like relationship. This relationship continued until we graduated from high school, but as adults, we ended up living completely opposite lives. When I was in my 20s, I was immersed in polishing myself. Such as getting a qualification while working in order to make up for my dislike of studying since I was a child. My efforts paid off, and my career was on track by my 30s. On the other hand, Madison spent all through her 20s and 30s hanging out, believing it was a waste not to enjoy life while she could. As we passed our 40s, both unmarried. Madison didn't seem to be in a hurry. In contrast, I, who was raised by a single mother after losing my father at a young age. I started to think about getting married to make my mother happy. There were many men at my workplace, but those close to my age were all married. I casually asked my boss if he knew anyone good. Then, my boss introduced me to a single man close to my age. His name is George. George was 2 years older than me and ran a construction company. He seemed serious and respectable at first glance. George runs the company he inherited from his parents, and like me, he is dedicated to his work. Despite his busy life, he hadn't shown much interest in marriage until now. We hit it off due to our many commonalities and continued dating. A year after we met, we promised to marry each other. I shared the news with Madison. Really? That's great, Julia. Congratulations. Thank you. I'm sorry I'm getting married before you. Don't worry about it. Just be happy. Madison was happy for me. Thank you so much. You must come to the wedding. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Having informed Madison, all that was left was to prepare for the wedding. Tomorrow, I will be visiting George's family home for the first time. I was excited and thrilled. However, I would later learn that this joy was only temporary. The next morning, I got ready with great enthusiasm. I wondered what George's family home was like. Although it's called his family home, George's parents have already passed away. So, the family home refers to the house where George is currently living alone. Nonetheless, I was very curious about the environment George grew up in. I had wanted to visit George's house before, but he never invited me. George's house seems to be quite far from mine, located at the foot of a mountain. I have a car, so I thought about going there directly after asking for the address. But George insisted on picking me up because the place was hard to find. While driving, George said somewhat sheepishly, "Well, it's quite rural, so you might be surprised." No, I prefer quiet environments over bustling places. If it's rural, maybe it's serene? I'm really looking forward to it. I said this to lighten the mood, but George seemed hesitant. As if he didn't want me to get my hopes up too much. But for me, it was exciting just to think about the place where the person I love lives. Just thinking about it was nothing but exciting. The car drove for over an hour after entering the neighboring county. I headed into a dimly lit bamboo grove. It was far from the idyllic countryside I imagined. Then, the car stopped in a place that felt like a creepy, abandoned site. We're here. This is my house. I was led out in a garage surrounded by piles of rubble. In front of me an old house that seemed to be over 100 years old stood. Is this your house? Yes, this is my home. It's a bit old but well built. I stood there with my mouth agape, looking around every corner of the house. The site was large, but the building was a small wooden bungalow. I naively thought that he would move out after getting married. However, George's next words took me by surprise. Come on in. This is the house we'll be living in together from now on, so feel free to make yourself at home. Excuse me? Living in this house forever after getting married? Feeling faint, I asked George. Are we going to live here? It's nearly a 2-hour drive from my work. What? Julia, you can just quit your job after we get married. My earnings are more than enough for us to live on. I was shocked by George's unexpected words. We had discussed our careers before, but he had never mentioned wanting me to quit my job after marriage. But I told you I love my job. Why would you decide on your own that I should quit without discussing it with me? When I pressed him, George looked puzzled and replied, Isn't it common sense for a woman to quit her job and stay home once she marries a man with a good income? My mother did the same. So I thought it went without saying. I was dumbfounded with my eyes wide open. I never imagined there would still be men with such old-fashioned views today. This place is not only far from my work but also from my family home. I currently live with my mother, and moving so far away would be inconvenient in many ways. I wanted to discuss this, but my mind went blank and I couldn't find the words. And this house. Although it's an old house with a solid structure, parts of the walls were crumbling, and the floors creaked as I walked. The bathroom and toilet are outdated, and there are few rooms, which would be inconvenient if we had children. Can we really live in this house forever? Seeing my anxious expression, George tried to reassure me. Don't worry. It might take some getting used to at first, but old houses have their charm. You'll come to find it comfortable. No, that's not the issue. I wanted to say, but I couldn't find the words. For now, I decided not to say anything and asked George to take me home before it got too late. You should stay here tonight since it's so far away. George said casually, but I was in no mood to take up his offer. That day, I went to bed early and lay in bed thinking. Right, even though I initially agreed to live in George's family home, we could always move eventually. Having worked all this time, I have some savings, and of course, George should have enough money to build a new house too. I decided to discuss this with George the next time we met. On my next day off, I brought up the idea of a new house with George. However, he didn't seem keen on the idea. Why? It seems like such a waste to move when we already have a house. George had already set his mind on living in his own house. I wondered if it was selfish of me to care about the convenience of getting to work or living closer to my family home. I felt a rising irritation. Yet, I didn't fall out of love with George, and we got married as planned. Indeed, considering his status as a construction company owner, our wedding was a grand affair. Of course, Madison attended too. Madison, looking flashy and youthful, stood out at the venue, attracting attention from the men. Even George, the groom, asked if that beautiful woman was my friend. Though I was the bride, I felt a tinge of jealousy towards Madison. Somehow, the wedding went off without a hitch, and our married life began. George was content with living leisurely in his familiar home. Reluctantly, I quit my job to focus on home life, but something felt amiss. So, I had been planning something. One day, I received a call from the hospital where my mother was a regular patient. According to the hospital, my mother had suddenly become ill and needed to be hospitalized. I rushed to the hospital and entered my mother's room. "Mom, are you okay?" "Julia, I'm sorry to worry you." My mother's complexion was very poor. Upon asking the doctor, it seemed her condition was serious, and she would need a long hospital stay. I decided to stay with my mother for a while and went back home to pack my things. I told George the first needed to be with my mother for some time. But George didn't seem too worried about my mother. "Ah, I see. Well, take your time." I was taken aback by his reaction. As if I were going on a leisure trip instead of attending to my sick mother. Yet, George seemed annoyed by my expression. "What? Why that look? Did I say something wrong?" "No, it's nothing." Thinking about it, George was raised in a wealthy family. Expecting him to understand might be asking too much. So, I didn't argue further and quickly returned to the hospital. It's been almost 3 months since my mother was hospitalized. Her condition remains the same, and she still needs my support. What bothers me more is that George has not visited even once. Is he still holding a grudge because I frowned at his words? If that's the case, it's incredibly petty. My mother, lying in her bed, looked at me with concern. "Julia, is George okay?" "Don't worry about me, maybe you should go back home to him." "It's okay, Mom. I do go home occasionally." I said this to avoid worrying her further, but to be honest, I was anxious. For about the first month, I indeed went back home to check on things. However, George was in a bad mood and wouldn't even speak to me. After finishing chores like cleaning and laundry, I would just head back to the hospital. Eventually, I started to feel as if George was managing the household chores on his own, and perhaps I wasn't needed at home. At night, when my mother was asleep, I would lie awake, thinking about various things. Is it really okay to continue like this? Months passed by. During this time of contemplation, I received a phone call. When I looked at my phone, it was a call from Madison. "Hello? Julia, it's been a while. I was just wondering how you've been, so I decided to call." "Madison, it really has been a long time. How have you been?" Hearing Madison's voice after such a long time made my heart leap with joy. However, I felt a slight hesitation in her response to my question. "Ah, yeah, I'm doing fine." "Oh. I see." Somehow, the atmosphere felt tense, and I wasn't sure what to say next. Then, Madison started the conversation. "Hey, when are you coming back home next?" "Excuse me?" I hadn't told Madison that I was currently away from home, taking care of my mother. So, I was puzzled as to why she would ask such a question. But since she had reached out after so long, I tried to remain calm and asked her. "What's up, Madison? Did you call because you needed something?" "Ah. No, nothing in particular. I just wanted to hear your voice." While she was talking, I heard a man's voice in the background saying, "Hey, Madison," which sounded oddly familiar. Upon hearing that voice, Madison exclaimed, "Oh," and hurriedly ended the call. That voice, could it be? A shiver ran down my spine. It had been over 3 months since I stopped returning home. A bad feeling started to creep over me, so I decided to go home the next day. The following day, after the morning rounds at the hospital, I rushed home. Since it was Sunday, George should be at home. When I arrived by car, I noticed a bright red sports car parked in the space where my car should be. This car, it looked familiar. Upon unlocking the front door and entering, I saw a pair of stylish high heels in the entrance. It seemed my premonition was correct. "George, are you here?" As I called out from the entrance, George appeared with wide eyes. "Julia, why are you back all of a sudden? At least give me a heads up before returning." "Why?" "These shoes and the car in the garage. Aren't they Madison's?" "Ah, yeah. Madison just happened to stop by." George tried to smooth over the situation, but he was clearly flustered. Then, Madison emerged from the back, wearing a casual dress. "Don't come out," George said to Madison, but she appeared nonchalant. "Why not?" "There's no need to sneak around. We have to talk about it eventually, right?" Madison seemed defiant. Without any sign of remorse, she stood boldly in front of me. Madison, usually so stylish, was wearing a simple dress that covered her ankles. Almost like a maternity dress. As I was thinking this, Madison revealed a surprising fact. "I'm pregnant." "Don't come back here." "What? Didn't you hear me? George and I are having a baby." "That can't be, really?" Madison, standing defiantly, dropped this bombshell while George beside her sighed deeply, looking down. Perhaps George had hoped for a more calm and collected conversation. "It's your fault, Julia. You neglected your husband under the guise of accompanying your mother. You brought this upon yourself," Madison said triumphantly. But I wasn't upset. Seeing that I wasn't panicking, Madison said, pouting. "What's with that attitude? I heard you didn't like this house." "That's fine by me. I don't mind the old house or the spacious grounds. And there are no nosy neighbors. Plus, George is kind and wealthy, so it's perfect." George, perhaps feeling validated by Madison's words, suddenly changed his demeanor from awkward to confident. When I saw Madison at the wedding, it fell in love at first sight. "So, I thought I'd ask you, who dislikes this house? To leave so Madison and I could live here." "Exactly." George looked up my contact information from the guest list and called me. "He said you weren't coming back, so he wanted me to come over." I was hesitant at first, but he seemed to need me so much. "I couldn't say no," Madison bragged. "Oh, I see." I responded indifferently. "Humph. You're just putting on a brave face. You must be seething inside." "I'll say it again, I'm carrying George's child." "So, don't come back here," Madison said. To that, I responded with a smile. "Is that so?" "Gladly." My unexpected reaction left George and Madison dumbfounded. "Julia, what are you saying? Aren't you angry about my affair?" "Well, I was surprised at first, but not really angry. Besides, I already have a new place to live. A new home." "What do you mean?" George looked puzzled, so I explained. "Actually, I've been looking for a new house since we got married. I thought we could live here initially. But it's not practical if we have children. There are no schools around here." Madison seemed taken aback by my words. She hadn't considered the need for schools when thinking about their future child. "Why didn't you discuss such an important matter with me?" "Because you said you didn't want to move out from here." "So, I looked into real estate and researched online by myself." "But now, it's no longer your concern." "What do you mean?" George was astonishingly clueless. Despite his affair and getting Madison pregnant, he seemed to think we could still move together. I continued calmly. "Since you've chosen Madison and are expecting a child with her, you should just live here with her. You can afford to send your child to a distant private school and drive them every day." George seemed to accept my words with nods of agreement. Madison was surprised at my calm demeanor and asked, "Julia, aren't you too accepting of this? How can you so easily accept George and my relationship?" "No, I've just lost my trust in George, who never once visited my seriously ill mother in the hospital. So, I've decided to live with my mother in the new house. We've arranged for home nursing care from the hospital. Aren't you really angry about the affair? You won't demand alimony later, will you?" George was still only thinking about himself. A true product of a sheltered upbringing. "Don't worry. I won't do anything underhanded," I said with a slight smile. I knew that without my intervention, these two would face their own significant challenges later on. Then George and I divorced. And I moved to the new house with my mother. The new house, made barrier-free, allows my mother to recuperate comfortably. It's close to the hospital, so help is readily available if needed, which gives me peace of mind. George was living his newlywed life with Madison in that house. Madison's belly was gradually growing, but there was no hospital nearby. So, George had to drive her over an hour for each medical checkup. Despite this, one might expect them to have a happy married life, but then, after a while, I received a call from George. "Hey, why do we have to leave our house?" I thought to myself that the day had finally come. "Did your uncle come by?" "Yeah, he did." "Did you know about this and keep it a secret?" The uncle he referred to was his father's brother. "Oh, but George, you should have known that the house is owned by your uncle." Ah. It seemed George had forgotten about this and had been living in the house all this time. I remembered being told when I visited George's relatives before our marriage. Before George's father, the eldest son, passed away, he entrusted the ownership of the family home to his brother, the uncle. They believed George was unreliable as an heir, so they couldn't let him inherit it. So, George was living there with his uncle's consent. I completely forgot about that. But my uncle suddenly came by yesterday, saying he had informed his wife that they were planning to sell the land. "Why didn't you say anything about this important matter?" Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh inwardly at how much of a character George's uncle was. I had told the uncle everything that led to the divorce. And then, he had promised to give George a piece of his mind. "I'm sorry. I was about to tell you about the house being sold, but then you went ahead and got Madison pregnant. I thought I'd leave the rest to the two of you. But it's fine, isn't it? You have enough money to move anywhere, right?" "Ah, well, about that." George's voice suddenly darkened. I knew what he was about to say, but I pretended not to know and asked him, "What's wrong?" "I've been demoted from the position of president. My uncle said the employees wouldn't follow me because I'm unreliable. He told me to start over as a regular employee. So, my salary is going to be less than half." "Oh, is that so?" I responded nonchalantly, but I already knew all about it from George's uncle. Madison is furious. She wanted to remodel the house we lived in and build a spacious mansion. When she heard we had to vacate the house and that my salary was cut, she hasn't spoken to me since last night. What should I do? George sounded almost on the verge of tears. It was clear that Madison had started dating George for his money. Well, that's something I'm not involved in anymore. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Wait, what? No. Hold on. George tried to keep me on the line, but I didn't care and quickly hung up. The next moment, I received a call from Madison. I didn't want to answer, knowing what she would probably say, but I figured she would keep calling persistently if I ignored her. So, reluctantly, I answered the phone. Madison's voice came through like a torrent. Hey. What are you going to do about this? It's all your fault, Julia. I thought I had married a rich man. Just as I expected, Madison lashed out with predictable complaints. Well, it's fine, isn't it? George is a kind husband for you. It's not like he's unemployed. I can't accept this. You knew, didn't you? We had to leave the house. And you kept quiet about it. That's so cowardly. What would have happened if I had told you earlier? If you couldn't have the ideal life you wanted, you would have left, right? That would be pitiful for the child in your belly. Madison had nothing to say in response when I hit back with the truth. No matter what life becomes, now that you're going to have a family, you need to stand firm. After conveying just that, I quickly hung up again. I harbored no resentment for losing George. I just couldn't believe I lacked the judgment in men. Forced to leave, George and Madison apparently moved to her parents' house. Despite Madison's parents being angry about their daughter marrying a man who left his wife, they gladly accepted the situation for the sake of their forthcoming grandchild. Years later, George and Madison, with their child in tow, showed up at my place. I hadn't given them my new address, but they had apparently spotted me in town and followed me to find out where I lived. I wondered why they went through all that trouble. "Julia, are you there?" "Actually, we were in the area for our child's kindergarten entrance exam and decided to stop by," Madison announced pompously upon barging into my home. Even as a mother now, she still wore flashy makeup and fashion. I didn't really want to see her, but I responded politely to avoid any unnecessary comments. "Still the same, I see. So, how did it go?" I wasn't interested in Madison's affairs, but I knew she would bring something up, so I asked anyway. "Haha, listen to this. Our child got into the best kindergarten in this area." "So, you came all the way here just to tell me that?" "Well, congratulations." It was clear she had come to brag. "Exactly. Our child is so talented, just like his dad. And he inherited my good looks, which made a great impression during the interview." Madison continued to ramble on with her boasting. "Oh, that's nice for you," I replied sarcastically, which seemed to irritate Madison as she glared at me with a scowl. Despite someone's actions almost leading us to hell, we're now happily living as a family. There's nothing like having a family and a home, right, George? "Ah, yeah. Sure." George finally spoke up from behind Madison. Their son, indeed resembling Madison with his well-defined features, glared at me with a haughty expression, seemingly inheriting not just her looks but her prideful demeanor as well. "And this, the best kindergarten, is?" "Haha, you wouldn't know about kindergartens, being single, right? It's Oliver Kindergarten, just nearby." Madison spoke disdainfully, so I quickly retorted. "Who said I'm single? I've remarried." George and Madison looked dumbfounded at my revelation. "Really? I thought this was your family home where you lived with your mother." "Yes, but now I live here with my husband." At that moment, my husband, David, appeared. "Got guests? Please, come in." "Ah. You are?" Upon seeing David, both George and Madison exclaimed in surprise. Recognizing them, David responded, "Ah, you must be Liam's parents who came for the interview the other day." You were the interviewer, right?" "Sorry for the late introduction, I'm David Oliver, the principal of Oliver Kindergarten." "You're Julia's friends, I take it? My wife always speaks highly of you." Learning that David was the principal of Oliver Kindergarten left George and Madison speechless. "The principal is your husband?" "Yes, that's right. I can't believe someone like you would marry the principal of a prestigious private kindergarten." "How did you even meet?" Madison criticized me. But I had worked hard and changed since the old days. I wasn't about to be belittled by her now. "We met through work. My company was contracted for the renovation of the kindergarten." "It's true. I was impressed by her dedication to her job, so I was the one who asked her out, and that's how our relationship started." David added shyly. "Let me introduce you properly. This is my ex-husband, George, and his wife, Madison, who used to be my best friend and took George from me." "Hey. Don't introduce us like that." "Yeah, what kind of thing is that to say in front of a child?" Standing in front of the principal of the kindergarten their child was about to enter, George and Madison were visibly flustered and embarrassed. It was already a prestigious private kindergarten with a long-standing reputation. The revelation of such unfavorable family circumstances must have been unbearable for them. Madison, apprehensively, asked David. Does this mean our child's admission will be revoked?" David slightly tilted his head with a stern look but soon returned to his usual expression and replied, For now, let's observe your child's behavior in the kindergarten. Does that mean our child can still attend? George and Madison seemed relieved. However, they seemed unaware of how challenging life in the kindergarten could be. Life at the kindergarten turned out to be a disaster for George and Madison. This was because our kindergarten had a strong community among the parents. And even a hint of negative gossip could spread quickly. Thus, rumors about Madison stealing her husband from the principal's wife spread like wildfire. Most parents were strict about their children's education, so George and Madison were quickly ostracized. Their situation affected their child. Liam, who became isolated from his peers and cried every day, wanting to leave the kindergarten. Eventually, they had to withdraw from the kindergarten, and the family disappeared from our lives. Later, David heard from another kindergarten principal one news. George's family had transferred Liam to a public kindergarten. However, the same rumors spread there too, making their local standing increasingly uncomfortable. Eventually, George and Madison left Liam. Lately, it seems that Madison's parents are the ones attending kindergarten drop-offs, pickups, and events. Madison's parents, who were well liked in the neighborhood, attended kindergarten events and ensured Liam could attend without issues. Even Madison's parents, who had been indulgent, seemed to have given up on her, deciding to raise Liam as his guardians. I was concerned for Liam, but hearing this from David, I felt relieved. Sometime later, Madison's parents came to apologize. "We're sorry for coming so late. We wanted to bring Madison, but she absolutely refused." Is Madison back at home? I was surprised to hear Madison was at home, having heard that the couple was missing. According to her parents, George and Madison, unable to endure poverty, divorced, and only Madison returned home. Yet, Liam doesn't see her as a mother, and she's ignored at home. Time passed, and I gave birth to a daughter, my first child. Having delivered in a local hospital, I made many mom friends. Though I lost a childhood friend, I now look forward to spending time with mom friends in similar situations. David took paternity leave and has been an excellent hands-on dad. This might be the happiest time of my life. No, I intend to continue enjoying parenting with good family and friends around. I want to pour all my love into raising my daughter just like my mother did for me. Even if there are times when I head in the wrong direction, like my daughter. I'll trust in my family, the people around me, and above all, myself. Vowing to live a strong life as a mother. My husband, Benjamin, and I were high school classmates. Our relationship started during a school trip in our sophomore year. I had a dream. It was to become a doctor. At that time, Benjamin had a dream too. It was to become a lawyer. We both pursued our dreams, getting into our respective universities. It seemed like we were both smoothly on our way to achieving our goals, but Benjamin failed the bar exam 5 times in a row. After that, Benjamin started working in sales at a general company. On the other hand, after 6 years of university and a 2-year training period, I successfully became an OB/GYN. Liz, you've finally become the doctor you wanted to be. Congratulations. Benjamin was as happy for me as if it were his own achievement. Thank you. I think it's going to get even busier from now on. I'm sorry if I have to cancel our dates more often than before. There were several times during my residency when I was called in for emergencies. Now, as a fully fledged doctor, I have to work with even more responsibility. Especially in obstetrics and gynecology, we can't schedule the birth of children to coincide with our convenience. We must be available 24/7 whenever a child decides to arrive. There's no time to worry about dates or anything else. Feeling apologetic to Benjamin, I said sorry, and then he said, "So, why don't we get married?" "Oh, marriage? Yeah. That way, we can always be together. You can go to work when you need to, and if we have kids and something urgent comes up, I'll support you." As I was surprised by the sudden proposal, he hugged me and reassured me with strong words. I remember answering, "I'd be honored," while crying. Working in obstetrics and gynecology is the only field where you can be part of the miracle of life. Of course, we also treat illnesses, but there's a joy in this field that you can't find in any other. I could say it's my true calling. Now, I'm 35 years old. I've been working as an OB/GYN for 9 years. I've been present at numerous births and have delivered many babies myself. However, Benjamin and I have been married for 7 years, and we don't have any children of our own. We both love kids and used to say we wanted many. I'll work hard at my job. Benjamin was very enthusiastic at the beginning of our marriage. But that enthusiasm has significantly faded. This is something beyond our control, so we thought it was okay, but that was no longer the case. Recently, even when we both have days off, we don't go out anywhere. Benjamin locks himself in his room, constantly doing something. At some point, he put a lock on his room and always locks it when he's inside. At the beginning of our marriage, we used to sleep together in the same bedroom happily. However, due to my job, I sometimes have to leave the house in the middle of the night. So we decided to sleep in separate bedrooms not to wake Benjamin up. Also, when I'm away for late shifts or night shifts, Benjamin comes home late. How do I know? Because we have a dog. To keep an eye on the dog at all times, we've set up a surveillance camera in the living room where the dog's cage is. The camera is set to send notifications to our phones when someone comes home, so I can tell when Benjamin gets home. Of course, Benjamin knows about the camera, and we can both access it from our phones. Then, one day, I received a notification at an unusual time when I was on a night shift. It was my night shift, but it appeared that he had returned home at the regular time. Normally, I wouldn't have thought much of it, but I felt something was off with that notification sound. Since I was on a break, I immediately checked my phone, and there I saw Benjamin and the legs of a woman wearing a skirt. What is this? I couldn't help but exclaim in the break room. The nurses around me asked what was wrong, but I just smiled and said it was nothing. After that, I started receiving more notifications of Benjamin coming home at regular times on the days I had night shifts. But whenever I check, I can only see the feet of a woman. Even if I confronted him about it, I thought Benjamin would just play dumb, so on my days off, I marked them as on duty on our wall calendar at home. And on that day, I decided to wait for Benjamin's return home with someone. That someone was Joshua, my brother. In fact, since the day after the woman came to our house, I've been having my dog stay at Joshua's place. I felt too guilty to leave it alone at home, not knowing when another woman might be brought over. After waiting in Joshua's car for 30 minutes, Benjamin returned right on time from work. There was a woman walking arm in arm with him. Seeing this, I thought I would lose my composure, but having Joshua by my side somehow helped me stay surprisingly calm. I quickly started recording a video with my phone. It's surprising, isn't he worried about the neighbors seeing? After finishing recording the two of them entering the house, Joshua made this comment. You're right. There must be neighbors seeing them for sure. It would be strange if there weren't any at this time. I had to agree. Looking around, it seemed like it was the rush hour for our neighbors returning home. Due to my irregular work hours, I hadn't paid much attention to this before. But I realized that it was indeed the usual time for people to come home. That night, I stayed at Joshua's house and fell asleep playing with my dog. The next day, I decided to visit a neighbor with whom I'm particularly close to ask about Benjamin and the woman. It turns out the neighbor had also found it suspicious and had asked about it before. He had been told that she was his sister. Neighbors who knew my brother was young believed that. Having gathered testimony from a neighbor, I was considering when to confront Benjamin about a divorce, when one morning, a familiar face appeared in my consultation room. Hello? The woman who entered with a nervous voice was unmistakably Benjamin's affair partner. I almost let out an odd sound from my mouth, but managed to hold it in. Switching to professional mode, I said, "Congratulations, you're 8 weeks pregnant." Really? I'm so happy. Is it a girl or a boy? It's too early to tell the gender, but everything seems to be progressing smoothly so far. I can't wait to find out. My partner wants a girl. She lovingly stroked her belly as she spoke. And without being asked, she continued. I'm not married yet, but I'm thinking of getting married to him because of this pregnancy. I see. I responded neutrally to avoid any offense. Actually, he's only been divorced for 2 months. He says we can't get remarried until after 100 days. Is that so? Is the father of the child here at the hospital today? Yes. He's waiting in the car. She replied happily. When I suggested she bring him in because I wanted to discuss the future, so she went out with a smile to call him. 15 minutes later, after seeing another patient in the meantime, I called in the affair partner again. Sure enough, Benjamin followed her in. Benjamin began, "Excuse me, but stopped mid-sentence when his eyes met mine, still maintaining my professional smile. "Why are you here, Liz?" He said this while looking at the nameplate outside the consultation room and muttered, "Seriously? I work under my married name rather than my maiden name." While many female doctors continue to use their maiden names, my maiden name was very rare and difficult to pronounce. However, Benjamin's surname is the most common in America. Perhaps that's why he hadn't paid much attention to it. In the hospital where I work, it's rare, but there has never been another doctor with the same last name in the same department. And the nameplates only display last names. Seeing Benjamin's flustered look, the other woman looked puzzled. "Liz refers to me, right? We came in together, so of course I'm here." Hearing this, I was dumbfounded. The other woman's name is Lizette. Indeed, Liz. Nonetheless, calling both his wife and his affair partner by the same nickname is utterly despicable. As Benjamin, cornered by the affair partner, seemed to panic, saying, "No, this is a bit," I decided to explain. "Lizette, my name is Liza. I'm also known by Liz." "What? Benny, you were cheating?" The fact that a 35-year-old man is referred to as Benny almost made me burst into laughter. "You're called Benny? And I did tell you about my workplace, right?" "No. I forgot about the workplace." Benjamin was taken aback. It seemed he had no interest in my workplace, or he hadn't listened at all. Unperturbed, the affair partner pressed Benjamin further. "Benny, who is this woman?" "No." "Well?" Benjamin was at a loss for words. Of course, he was. According to the affair partner's story, Benjamin had been divorced from me 2 months ago. Taking over from the silent Benjamin, I decided to confront the affair partner with the truth. "Lizette? I'm Benjamin's wife." "Huh? Was it a lie that you said you divorced to marry me?" That's when Benjamin spoke up. "It's not like that. Just keep quiet for now, Liz." "What are you saying? We need to clear this up. You tricked me, didn't you? Just be quiet, will you?" Benjamin seemed to be in a real panic. Of course he does. No one could remain calm when caught lying in front of their spouse and being confronted by an affair partner. "When did you start your relationship with Benjamin?" "About a year ago." Unlike Benjamin, the affair partner honestly answered my question. "I see. So, you knew Benjamin was married and still dated him?" But Benny said his wife was always cheating, and their marriage was already falling apart. Even so, being involved with a married man is a matter of compensation. I responded with a smile. "But he's already divorced, so it's fine, right?" "We're not divorced." At this point, Benjamin tried to silence Lizette again. However, this sparked an argument in the consultation room. Several nurses noticed the argument and came into the room. To avoid disrupting the rest of the consultations, I had called security to escort the two out. That night, I arranged to meet with both of them at a cafe to discuss. Since I needed to plot an operation, I called my brother Joshua during my lunch break to share the details and have him join the evening discussion. After hearing the whole story, Joshua asked, "This might be weird to ask, but didn't you guys have kids?" Hearing that, I exclaimed, "That's it." "Thank you, Joshua," and, forgetting my age, hugged him tightly, messing up his hair. This would surely be a further blow to Benjamin. "Stop it." Joshua pulled away and said, "If there's anything I can do to help, just let me know," offering his support. I no longer had anything to fear. I'm about to give Benjamin and his affair partner even more punishment. That night, as I waited with Joshua in a cafe for them, they showed up and immediately said, "You're cheating too, aren't you?" Joshua then spoke up. "Long time no see, Benjamin. How have you been?" "What? You are?" "No way." "Yes. I was still in my teens when you two got married." Joshua and I are 9 years apart. It's no wonder Benjamin didn't recognize him, because he had get much more mature over the last 7 years. Furthermore, Joshua continued with a sharp gaze, I'm here as a witness today, so please cooperate. A witness? Benjamin was dumbfounded. In fact, Joshua had become a lawyer. And not just any lawyer, but one specializing in divorce cases. Knowing Benjamin had repeatedly failed the judicial scrivener exams, Joshua had been considerate not to bring it up. Let's get back to what we were discussing earlier. Here, I brought this, I said. I handed over an envelope. Inside was a divorce petition already filled out. I'm going to take this to the court, right now. What? You're quite considerate to bring this yourself, Benjamin said with a triumphant tone, different from the morning. And quickly accepted our divorce. Lizette was elated, in 100 days, I'll officially become the wife of a CEO. However, I immediately asked her, wife of a CEO? What are you talking about? He said he was the CEO of a leading company, right? Benny. Benjamin's eyes began to dart around. Well, that's right. I couldn't stop laughing. Lizette looked puzzled at me, clutching my stomach in laughter. What's so funny? Oh, I'm sorry. Who did you say is the CEO? Benjamin is just an ordinary employee. And that house is in my name. Besides, there's no waiting period for men to remarry after a divorce, I explained. Hearing this, Lizette was furious. What? Benny, how many times do you need to deceive me before you're satisfied? I've had enough. You mean you didn't love me? Well, I thought you were rich and owned a big house. I wouldn't fall for an old man like you otherwise. Joshua and I couldn't help but smile as we watched the two argue. This was the moment I decided to push Benjamin even further down. I smoothly handed Benjamin a document. What's this now? Benjamin, gruffly taking the envelope, began to tear it open. Seeing the contents, his face turned ashen. What is this? You know that time in the past when we were both trying to get pregnant because we couldn't conceive? Here are the results. I didn't tell you because I thought you had your pride. Is this really mine? Yes. It seems you can't have children, but whose child is in her belly, I wonder. I confronted him with the test results we had investigated in the past. According to those results, Benjamin was infertile. I had reconsidered our situation, thinking that we could live happily together without children, so I never told Benjamin the results. Lizette began to make a scene without considering the place. I wasn't told about this. That he couldn't have children. What? It's not my child? Could the test results be a lie? To Benjamin's naively hopeful remark, Lizette continued. If you're infertile, you're not the baby's father. I wasn't sure whose child it was, so I thought I'd marry you since you seem to be rich. She said. Joshua and I were dumbfounded by her words. They continued to make a scene, so thinking of the cafe's peace, Joshua and I desperately tried to stop them, but their fervor didn't cool down. As a lawyer, Joshua began to address them both. He informed them that he would be demanding a proper compensation from both Benjamin and Lizette. Despite their protests of having no money. That was not our concern. When Joshua threatened legal action if they continued to resist, they reluctantly agreed to the payment, so we decided to proceed with the claims. The next day, I promptly submitted the divorce papers and kicked Benjamin out of the house. Afterward, incapable of managing household chores on his own and disowned by his parents, Benjamin had no choice but to marry Lizette. It seems he desperately wanted children, so he decided to raise the child of uncertain paternity as his own. Lizette probably thought it more advantageous to have him to support the child while paying the compensation together than doing it alone. Benjamin is working like a Trojan to pay off the settlements for both of them. Lizette has decided to put the child in daycare and work part-time once the baby is born. Meanwhile, I sold the house and stayed with Joshua until I found a new place. When I was about to move into my new home, Joshua expressed his wish for me to stay, but I brushed it off, joking, if I stay, you'll never get a girlfriend. Of course, I took the dog with me, and we're living together in the new house. I hope to continue being involved in the birth of many lives through my work. One morning, out of the blue, my father-in-law, who I lived with, passed away. To be honest, since he always ignored me, I didn't feel sad at all. My mother-in-law and Rick went ahead to prepare the venue, and as I was getting ready, I overheard Bob making a phone call in the hallway. I married her out of pity because she couldn't have children. Basically, it was a charity case. I gasped. And yet she's so arrogant and annoying. She's just a housekeeper, but she acts like she's Rick's mother. Then, he chuckled. I'll make her cover the donation for the funeral. With that money, I'll buy you a luxury bag you wanted, right, Moira? He didn't even know I was listening in the hallway, but he kept talking. While feigning calm, my body trembled with anger. I'm going to put an end to this. This guy was not my family or anything. I was going to vent all the frustration I'd been holding back. He was so wrong to think that I would always be obedient to him. My name is Lisa, a 50-year-old housewife. I married Bob 11 years ago, and since then, I've lived with him, his son Rick, and my in-laws. Bob and I met through a mutual friend. I was heartbroken after my fiancé broke up with me over my infertility. And seeing me down, a friend gathered some acquaintances and organized a drinking party. Bob was a man of few words but seemed sincere. We hit it off talking about movies, and he initiated a serious relationship with the intent to marry. His ex-wife was into gambling, accumulated debt, and ran away, leaving behind her young son. Hearing that he was looking for a mother for his son, I met Rick on our few dates later. Rick, innocent and sociable, quickly grew fond of me. His grandparents, whom I met later, seemed like nice people, and by the time we'd been dating a year, I strongly wanted to become part of Bob's family. But in retrospect, Bob and his parents were only putting on an act in front of me. I was completely deceived and began living with Bob and Rick after a modest wedding. Right after we married, Bob asked me to become a housewife. I liked my office job and wanted to continue, but Bob persuaded me earnestly. I want you to focus properly on Rick. Once he's a bit older, you can go back to work. Okay. I understood Bob's concern. I was, after all, new to parenting. I was also anxious about whether I could properly raise someone else's child. I desperately gathered information about parenting from friends with kids, the internet, and books. Initially, Rick seemed to grow fond of me, but as he grew older and developed his own personality, he began to talk back to me. Instead of comforting me, Bob would mock me with a half smile. It's no good without the real mother. After all, you're just a stranger. Stop it. Why would you say something like that? When I objected, Bob frowned as if puzzled. It's the truth. What's wrong with saying it? Bob was always out, either at work or with colleagues at drinking parties. He left all the parenting to me and was only sarcastic when he spoke. And whenever Rick's behavior bothered him, he blamed it all on me. He's a crybaby because of Lisa's poor parenting. Another cold? Probably due to malnutrition. It's because you let him eat TV dinner for lunch. He became irritable when he tried teaching Rick multiplication soon after he just learned addition. He's just learned addition. Multiplication is too soon for him. When I protested, Bob laughed dismissively. I was able to study for junior high school when I was in elementary school. Looks like Lisa's stupidity has rubbed off on him. Glaring at me, he grinned. You're just a high school grad, after all. When Rick was in 3rd grade, we unexpectedly began living with my in-laws. This sudden decision was due to my mother-in-law's declining health, even though there had been no prior discussion about it. I was told I have high blood pressure during my physical exam. I have to visit the doctor for a while and receive treatment with medication and diet. Bob asked his mother, who was feeling down, to move in with him. Mom, you should move in with us. You don't drive, so it's hard for you to go to the clinic, isn't it? Let Lisa drive you to and from the clinic. I was taken aback when I overheard this. Why was he using me to perform acts of filial piety without offering to help himself? And he hadn't even asked me. Oh, really? That would be a great help. I've been worried about how to afford the remodeling of our house. That's great. Once you've finished the procedures to sell your house, you can move in any time, Bob said, acting as if he owned the place. I was dumbfounded by Bob's presumptuous attitude. This house was my inheritance from my parents, right? After hanging up the phone, Bob casually told me. So yeah, my parents are moving in. You take care of everything, okay? I take care of everything? Wait, ask me first and don't just decide on your own. You know what, this is my house. Bob looked displeased. You don't want to live with my parents? I don't mean it. My wife is supposed to take care of her husband's mother, which is quite natural, right? You've got a lot of free time anyway. So at least be useful. My opinions were completely ignored, and soon they moved in with us. Living together, I ended up being bossed around by my mother-in-law. Because of bad weather, or feeling sluggish, or even not in the good mood. She didn't want to go to the clinic for such reasons. Then shall we cancel? Are you fine with my illness getting worse? What a terrible daughter-in-law. If I persistently suggested we should go, she'd snap. You're annoying. Once I finally got her in the car, it was nothing but complaints. Your driving is too rough. Drive safe. Don't drive too slow. Go faster. As soon as we got home, she'd sit on the sofa and start grumbling. I got carsick because of your terrible driving. Why are you so bad at this? She could use the bus that goes right from the nearest stop to the front of the clinic, but she probably thought the fare was too expensive. Not only about doctor appointments, but even at home, she continued to complain. This house is so old-fashioned. Are you sure it's been remodeled? It's not suited for 2 generations living together, it feels uncomfortable. She would say things like this, even though she came barging into my house. Meanwhile, my father-in-law had his own peculiar ways. Though he didn't join in when Bob or his mother criticized me, which made me think he was on my side, it seemed he just wanted to avoid conflict. Blatantly, he never responded to my greetings, and when he had something to ask me, it was minimal, like breakfast? Laundry? He seemed to want nothing to do with me, and when I wondered where he was always off to, it turned out to be either gambling or horse racing. With all that free time, I desperately wished he would drive his wife to her appointments. He should take care of his own wife. Moreover, my mother-in-law was selective about the meals I prepared. My in-laws preferred lightly seasoned, fish-based dishes. But Bob and Rick liked strong flavors, so I had to prepare different meals for them. As if that wasn't hard enough, my mother-in-law was on a low-sodium diet, so I ended up having to make 3 different meals for 5 people. Oblivious to the daily stress this caused me, my mother-in-law continued to complain. The flavor is too bland. I can't eat something this terrible. This must be your way of harassing me. What a sly daughter-in-law. A low-sodium diet inevitably results in blander flavors. Please bear with it. Then, my mother-in-law would go crying to Bob. Bob, Lisa is terrible. My mother-in-law complained, causing Bob to glare. Hey, cook better meals for her, okay? Why don't you cook if you're going to complain? I retorted out of desperation. Oh my. How dare a wife talk back to her husband like that, my mother-in-law exclaimed, her eyes widening. Anyway, please bear with the bland food. Always making excuses for your bad cooking. She forced me to cook meals for the family because she herself was not a good cook. Yet, she never seemed to have a shred of gratitude for me. I gradually became disappointed with Bob, who always sided with his mother. One day, while walking back from shopping, I stopped when I heard my mother-in-law's voice. Curious about the conversation, I was shocked to discover she was talking bad about me to the neighbors. Our daughter-in-law is so defiant. She lives off Bob's salary, yet has the nerve to talk back to us. Does she even know her position she is taking? Really? She just lazes around at home, avoids housework, and dumps all the cleaning and laundry on me. She does nothing. Hidden behind a fence, I was dumbfounded. Since moving in, my mother-in-law hadn't even washed a single cup. It seems you picked a dud with the new daughter-in-law, too. Yes, and it's bad for Rick's upbringing. Bob is one thing, but the grandson is the real victim here. Poor thing. With a tone of pity from the neighbors, my mother-in-law dramatically lamented. See, I'm sensitive, right? I'm stressed out being bossed around by my daughter-in-law. My stomach hurts. You've had it tough. You mustn't push yourself. It all made sense now. No wonder the neighbors had been avoiding me lately. Clutching my fists, I calmed my rage and took a long detour home. That evening, I confronted Bob about his mother's behavior. Don't you think it's too much for her to spread rumors? She was just going along with what the neighbors said. Bob displayed a look of annoyance. You just need to improve your cooking skills. I'm doing my best already. Just try to get along, okay? I was driven by a feeling of helpless anger. Do I have to endure being spoken to like this every day? As Rick entered his teenage years and hit puberty, he naturally began to mock me, having grown up seeing Bob and my in-laws look down on me. He bombarded me with harsh words. Wash my gym clothes by today. I need them tomorrow. Stuffing leftovers into my lunchbox? That's lazy. You're a full-time housewife with nothing else to do, so make it properly. I hate this brand of curry mix. You should know my preferences by now. You're useless. Despite relying on me for everything, he constantly found faults. Incredibly, he even kicked me out of the house when his friends came over. Go away, you're an eyesore. It'd be fine if you were pretty, but having an old lady like you around is embarrassing. This is my house. Don't get cocky. You're on my dad's salary, aren't you? Bob and my in-laws, standing nearby, showed no sign of concern. Fed up, I finally scolded Rick. If you behave like that, I won't take care of you anymore. Abandoning a child's care? That's a failure of a mother. Rick lashed out in anger. Then Bob intervened with a look of annoyance. Lisa, don't react to every word the kid says. It's not wise. I'm correcting him because he's being disrespectful to adults. I protested loudly, seizing the moment to express my grievances. Hey, why don't you get more involved with Rick as a father? I'm providing for the family, isn't that enough? Bob retorted, glaring at me with arrogance. You only get to relax every day because of me. You can't even earn money, so the least you could do is serve my family. He yelled at me loudly. Otherwise, there's no reason to keep you around in this house. If you don't like it, we can get a divorce. I'll throw you out right now. You're a failure who can't even have kids. I felt like crying. He was a man who could say such terrible things with no hesitation. Behind Bob, Rick and my mother-in-law looked at me with malicious grins. Then I'll start working. I can contribute to society too. Working from home should be fine, right? Who would even hire you? If you slack off on the housework, I'll make you quit right away. After such exchanges, I decided to start working from home. Having worked in sales administration until a few years ago, I was skilled with computer tasks. I registered with a crowdsourcing company, and as I built my track record, I eventually started receiving constant requests. I worked from the bedroom. During the late night to early morning hours when my family was asleep. Lately, Bob moved a bed into the study room and slept there alone, so I could use the computer late at night without any complaints. Ideally, I wanted to work in the sunny living room during the day, but that was nearly impossible since my mother-in-law was glued to the TV all day, watching talk shows and daytime dramas. By the time Rick started high school, my work had stabilized, and I was able to save a consistent amount each month. One morning, as usual, my mother-in-law went to wake up her husband and came down to the kitchen looking horrified. While I was preparing breakfast and Bob and Rick were drinking tea at the dining table, she trembled as she spoke. He's... What? We all rushed to the bedroom where we found my father-in-law had passed away in his sleep. It was chaos after that. Bob took over for the panicked mother-in-law, calling their family doctor to issue a death certificate, arranging the funeral with the funeral home, and handling all the other official procedures. Seeing my usually assertive mother-in-law in a dazed state, I felt a bit of pity. But that feeling was quickly blown away. Watching me continue with cleaning, laundry, and meal preparation as usual, my mother-in-law sneered nastily. How can you be so nonchalant after everything father did for you? Don't you have a heart? As I was setting the plates on the table, I looked at my mother-in-law with disdain and sighed quietly. I could say this confidently. I have never once felt taken care of by my father-in-law since getting married. Being around him always made me feel like I was ignored out of existence, which was unpleasant. So, although it felt strange that he was suddenly gone, but I didn't miss him in the slightest. Well, as a daughter-in-law, I'll attend the funeral and fulfill my duty. With that thought, I went upstairs to the closet to get my mourning clothes and prepare my bag and accessories. Rick and my mother-in-law left the house a little ahead of us, saying they were preparing for the ceremony. As I was going down the stairs in my mourning clothes, I heard Bob's voice. It seemed he was talking to someone on his phone. Yeah, my dad suddenly. So, I've been really busy. I'll be a bit late seeing you tonight. Sorry, I know today is our special day, though. I felt uneasy. Despite appearing sorrowful in front of his mother, his voice was too cheerful for someone whose father had just passed away. What? You're asking why I married such a boring woman? Bob laughed as he explained on the phone. I married her out of pity because she couldn't have children. Basically, it was a charity case. I gasped in shock. And yet, she's so arrogant and annoying. She's just a housekeeper, but she acts like she's Rick's mother. He chuckled at that. I'll make her cover the donation for the funeral. With that money, I'll buy you a luxury bag you wanted, right, Moira? He continued speaking in an upbeat tone, unaware that I was listening in the hallway. When I appeared at the end of the call, he was momentarily startled but quickly put on a smile. Oh, you were here? Yes. Aren't you leaving yet? I'm about to head out. Want a ride? Maybe I will. While maintaining my composure, my body trembled with rage. As I put on my black pumps, I muttered to myself. I would end this. This person was neither family nor anything else to me. I was going to vent all the frustration I've been holding back. He was so wrong to think that I would always be obedient to him. The next morning, as I sat serenely on a one-seater sofa, sipping my tea, my phone rang. It was from Bob. Since the early morning, he had been calling me every few minutes. He also bombarded me with text messages. I had read them but didn't reply, which probably made him switch to calling. Sighing, I answered the phone, and Bob started ranting quickly. Hey, where are you? The funeral is about to start. Oh, is that so? It has nothing to do with me. Bob exploded in anger as I replied nonchalantly. What? Stop joking and come here now. You disappeared from the viewing, and when I thought you'd gone home, you vanished. Calmly, I replied to the frantic Bob. That's impossible. There's rush hour traffic, and it would take over 2 hours by car. I sent a photo taken from the window to Bob's phone, and he shouted. Where are you right now? I'm at a hotel in the neighboring city. I've always wanted to try their breakfast buffet. Food made by someone else is the best. Skipping a family funeral for a hotel stay? Are you out of your mind? I responded coldly to Bob's howling. Oh, I thought I was just a housekeeper, not family. I have no obligation to attend the funeral. Bob fell silent. After a brief pause, he told his mother and Rick. Mom, Rick, just wait here for a moment. Footsteps echoed. It seemed like he was moving through the funeral venue's hallway. Eventually, the footsteps stopped, and Bob spoke again. First off, give me your bank account number. Why? I have to give the money as a donation to the priest. Are you saying that because you spend the funds, I should cover it for you? After a moment of being speechless, Bob yelled in desperation. Yes. I know you've been saving up. You can easily put out $10,000, right? If I give it, it won't come back, right? Handle it yourself. You, how dare you talk to me? Bob's flustered voice came through the phone. A wife should just obey her husband without complaining. A wife isn't a slave. Besides, both you and your mother are stuck in the past. I scoffed at Bob. Anyway, why don't you just be honest with your mother? She's lenient with you, she might just give it to you smoothly. At my words, Bob's voice suddenly became quieter. No, that's impossible. If she finds out I spent the funeral money on a woman, she'd definitely get angry. I twisted my lips in a smirk. Even he was afraid of his mother. Served him right. You brought this on yourself. I'm busy, so I'm hanging up now. Bob was still shouting something as I hung up the phone. If it was too hard for him to speak up, I would just tell them myself. If I were to post the story about Bob spending the money on a woman on a social networking site shared by the family, it would be seen by Rick and my mother-in-law. After that, Bob kept calling frantically, so, annoyed, I dashed to a mobile phone company's storefront. Hi, how can we help you today? I want to cancel my mobile plan right now. All right, please wait for a moment. After canceling my mobile service and changing my number, I was filled with a sense of relief. I returned to the hotel and strolled leisurely through the nearby town, feeling relaxed. Ever since getting married, I had been required to report my plans for going out and my return time to Bob. And he would even call during my outings to demand, "Come home soon." I hadn't thought much of it before, but now I realize how severe the restrictions were. Bob must be in a panic right now, unable to contact me. Sounded good. I thought I would just ignore him forever. Wrapped in a refreshing sense of freedom, I enjoyed shopping at my leisure. On the day of the 30-day memorial mass, I visited the church. It was a weekday, 30 days since my father-in-law had passed away. My mother-in-law had mentioned having the service on the preceding Sunday morning. I spotted Bob's car parked in the church parking lot. It was likely lined up alongside the cars of other relatives. I opened the gate and walked across the cobblestone path towards the building. Listening carefully, I could hear the sound of casual conversation. The mass had ended, and people were relaxing, having tea and snacks. Hello, everyone. Long time no see. I greeted as I opened the entrance door, and for a moment, the room fell silent before a wave of criticism burst forth. Lisa. How could you skip the viewing and the funeral? It was your husband's father's funeral. What were you thinking? Your own father has passed away, so he was like a real parent to you. I smiled coldly. Well, I've been labeled just a housekeeper, you know. As I casually threw this sarcastic comment and glanced at Bob, he glared at me with intense eyes. I did my best to serve your father and your mother. I tried to fulfill my role as Rick's mother, doing my best in my own way. I continued. I looked around at my mother-in-law, Bob, and Rick, and shrugged. But according to Bob, I'm just a housekeeper. A mere housekeeper shouldn't attend funerals, right? So, I refrained. I never said that. Bob's voice cracked. I exhaled softly and pressed the play button on the recording app on my phone. The conversation I had overheard on the stairs played loudly in the quiet room. As Bob turned pale, I delivered the final blow. So, now that the funeral is over, did your mother end up covering the donation? What? In front of the stunned relatives, Bob and his mother exchanged glances before awkwardly looking away. Oh, Lisa, what are you talking about? There's no way I could spend $10,000 overnight. Don't say such ridiculous things. Bob laughed awkwardly, but I swiped my finger across my phone screen. I found this. You two look cozy together, is she an acquaintance? To boldly show your face like that, you're really fearless, aren't you? The image I displayed made Bob freeze. It was a photo of a woman closely snuggling up to a man. Their eyes were hidden, but the man was dressed in a dark suit and black tie. Furthermore, the woman had commented. Bob rushed over during the viewing. He said our date was more important than saying goodbye to his dad. I'm so happy. He bought me the $10,000 bag I had been nagging him about at the luxury shop. Cute, isn't it? As Bob tried to snatch the phone from me, I pushed his hand away and held it high for the other relatives to see. I searched all over social media for Moira, who you mentioned. Surely, it's not a coincidence that all this matches up, and she's not a stranger. Right? Seeing no way out, Bob's face wore a frightened expression and he fell silent. Even Rick, who usually sides with his father, was at a loss for words. The relatives all at once began to criticize Bob. So you left the viewing to go see your mistress. Unbelievable. The relatives who had been silent so far couldn't hold back any longer and started shouting. So you bought a luxury bag with the funeral donation? You rushed out before the funeral started to withdraw money from the bank, didn't you? What a disgraceful son. Shut up. It was our first date in a month. And since Mom covered the money, it's all settled, right? Bob defiantly retorted. The date was more important to me than the funeral. It would be a big problem if I stood her up and got dumped. Cut me some slack. Even his mother was shocked. Bob. What are you talking about? Oh, isn't it nice to be honest? Smiling, I then showed Rick's bank statement, which I had brought from home, to everyone to see. With such brazen cheating and saying it's more important than his own father, it's no surprise he'd dip into his son's savings. Rick, peeking at the statement, suddenly wore a look of despair. It's empty. This can't be true. He turned to Bob, accusing him furiously. Did you dip into my savings, Dad? You're the only one who knows the PIN. You knew I had been saving my allowance since Mom was around, right? Bob, shamelessly grinning, responded. Well, I tried to use Lisa's money, but I couldn't figure out the PIN. You sure had saved up quite a bit. That's my boy. Don't joke around. Is that what a father does? Rick screamed, tears in his eyes. I don't want to call you my father anymore. I'm cutting ties with you right now. Bob's mother tried to calm the enraged Rick. Rick, you have to forgive him. Thanks to your father, we have a good life every day, don't we? Why don't you give a little to your father? My money was probably given to his mistress, too. It's okay to give gifts, but use your own money. Why are you messing with my money? Rick voiced a completely reasonable question. And the same goes for Grandpa's donations. You usually mock her so much that it makes no sense to ask her to pay for it. Just pay that much yourself. You can't pay for it because you don't have any money. I said, chuckling while looking at Bob. Judging from your social media, you've been giving her expensive gifts every time you meet. The reason you divorced your previous wife was also because of you having an affair, right? When I pointed this out, Bob and his mother grimaced in silence. From Rick's reaction, it seemed he had been kept in the dark. What a nasty woman. Did you even research the cause of the divorce? I sneered at Bob, who looked uncomfortable. I thought I'd hear about your past, so I contacted your best friend through an acquaintance, and boy did I get some juicy stories. Just then, I received a message on my phone, so I stood up. Excuse me for a moment. I'm going to pick up a guest. After excusing myself from his relatives, I walked out of the dressing room to the church entrance. When I returned with a couple, Bob gasped. Hi, Kevin, and even Moira. Sorry, Bob. Kevin found out about us. Looking back and forth between the discouraged Moira and the furious Kevin, Bob spoke in a trembling voice. Kevin, calm down. You're mistaken. We aren't having an affair. It's no use, Bob. I spoke with a look of disbelief. Kevin, I found the messages between Bob and Moira on his phone. I even hired a detective agency to investigate thoroughly. Oh. So there's no escaping this. Kevin glared straight at Bob with bloodshot eyes. Even though you have a bad track record with women, you were my best friend and I trusted you. I can't believe you secretly met her in a hotel the day after we went drinking. And you kept sneaking into my house while I was away on business trips, didn't you? With a vein throbbing in his temple, Kevin shouted resentfully. I should have never introduced you to her. But... right? Moira and I, it was fate that we met. Bob grinned mischievously. I'm more suitable for Moira than you are. Ha. Stop talking nonsense. That's ridiculous, isn't it? Bob pursed his lips. I married a boring older woman, while you got to marry a young and pretty woman. Plus, Moira told me it was love at first sight with me. Bob laughed heartily, as Kevin clenched his fist. As you wish, I'll divorce Moira. You'll be paying alimony. I don't have that kind of money. I've already spent a lot on Moira. I can barely afford to pay my ex-wife. Bob spoke defiantly. Well, but I'll pay you with the inheritance I'll get from my father. Right, Mom? Bob smiled broadly while his mother-in-law quietly said, "There's no such thing." "What? If we had money, we wouldn't have moved in with you guys. We'd have renovated our own house and lived there." My mother-in-law spoke gravely. It made sense. I nodded too. My mother-in-law hadn't chosen to live with them out of preference, but out of dire necessity. But, you were saving up for retirement, right?" Bob showed signs of panic, to which his mother-in-law sadly shook her head. "After retiring, your father misused it on gambling and horse racing. He even dipped into his pension for gambling and borrowed the rest. So there's no inheritance." Bob turned pale and screamed. "Oh no, give me a break. I moved in with you thinking I'd get a hefty inheritance." Then his mother showed a hint of anger. "Did you mean it?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would I bother calling my parents here? It's such a hassle." Bob spat out irritably. "Ah, all the living expenses I covered for you, all for nothing. Might as well have thrown it down the drain." Disappointment appeared on my mother-in-law's face. "All you care about is money, don't you?" "I can't help it, I'm my father's son." Moira, who had been listening to everything, gave a thin smile. "So, I dated you because you graduated from a better university and work for a famous company. How disappointing." She approached the frozen Bob and told him firmly, "Thanks for all the gifts. Bye now." "What? Hey, we're not done here." "Moira." Kevin chased after Moira, heading out the front door. "Poor thing, you got dumped. No inheritance and even your affair partner turned away from you. Talk about a double whammy." I smiled kindly at Bob. "Looks like it's going to be tough paying alimony to both Kevin and me." "Well, do your best." "Hey, Lisa, wait." As I was about to leave, Bob arrogantly tried to stop me. "How are you going to live after we divorce with your low salary?" "I don't really need a divorce. If you do the housework, I might let you stay in the house as before." I exploded in anger at Bob's arrogance. "Enough. Who do you think you are?" Normally quiet, I raised my voice, and Bob, along with Rick and my mother-in-law, were all shocked. "This is my house, isn't it? I'm the one letting you three stay there. And for the record, the only reason the house functioned was because I did all the housework. Can't you even understand that?" "Lisa, calm down. You've ridiculed me endlessly, but if you can't understand even that, it speaks volumes about your intelligence." As I scoffed at Bob, the relatives began to chuckle softly. "I've been offered a full-time position at the company I used to work for. I can make it on my own. You should be more worried about yourself. Drowning in debt." "That's right, Dad. We're the ones in real trouble." Rick tried to stop me in a panicked tone. "Come on, we're family. If you become a full-timer, put some of your salary into the household. Otherwise, we're going bankrupt." Rick pleaded in a pitiful voice, and my mother-in-law agreed. "Planning to run away, even though you're a daughter-in-law? It's time you did something useful for us." I turned to the three of them and said coldly, "Have you forgotten how you've treated me all this time? There's no room for a maid in this scenario. Lisa. Family of three, you'd better help each other out. And you'll need to move out of the house soon." I greeted the watching relatives and then left the church. When I returned to the hotel, I sent Bob a copy of the signed divorce petition. I planned to stay in the hotel until those three move out of the house. Although they moved out quietly, Bob was reluctant to pay alimony for a long time. "I want to settle," but she forcefully pushed for the divorce, he would complain. "If this petition goes to court, it will cost extra." "Are you okay with that?" persuaded by his lawyer. Bob finally gave in and transferred the alimony to my account. To pay the alimony to both Kevin and me, he piled up debt, and his income from the company wasn't enough, so he started working part-time as well. Bob apparently explained the reason for our divorce as conflicting differences to his boss and colleagues. However, since a friend of Kevin's worked in a different department, the real reason spread throughout the company. Feeling uncomfortable, Bob quit his job as if fleeing. Naturally, his income plummeted. Now, He's juggling several jobs, desperately paying off his debts. Despite previously being close, his family relationships also declined. Rick, completely discouraged, skipped school and hardly returned to their shabby new apartment, preferring to hang out instead. My mother-in-law no longer spoke to Bob, who had agreed to let them live with us hoping for an inheritance. The issue of stealing Kevin's wife spread among friends, and Bob, having lost all his friends, lives a lonely life. Having returned to my former workplace as a full-time employee, I work full-time without having to consider anyone else and enjoy living alone. Only now do I fully realize how difficult living with those three was. From now on, I intend to take care of myself, work comfortably, and enjoy the rest of my life. You promised to leave once I came back, didn't you? The month is almost over, and I'll ask you to hand over the divorce petition as a final step. A woman and a child were next to my husband, Matthew. The child, whom the woman was holding hands with, looked to be around preschool age. Let me introduce to you my wife, Vanessa. Vanessa was still young and quite flashy. As I said earlier, we will be strangers now, and you guys no longer have any right to be in this house. My ex-husband said so and suddenly sported an unpleasant smirk. Sign the divorce petition and you guys get out of this house. His gaze looked down on me and my son, Timothy, with a triumphant gleam. Matthew probably believed everything was going as well as he wanted it to, but he collapsed on the spot when he learned the truth. How can you do this? I thought you were just a housewife who knew nothing. Timothy responded with a sigh of disbelief. What? Dad, you don't know anything? When Timothy showed him a book, Matthew went half crazy. My name is Michelle, I'm 42 years old. I work part-time, balancing my household chores. I have a 16-year-old son with my husband who works in a trading company. Matthew travels frequently for work, both domestically and internationally, and I have mostly raised our son alone. We are currently living apart due to his job, so most of our communication is through calls or messages. He lived in another state and it was a bit too far to make a day trip. So the only time he would come home was during the holidays and when he took his summer vacation. During those times, we rarely had a chance to relax at home with just the family, as we would show up at my in-laws' house, which was about an hour's drive away. I thought our relationship was neither particularly good nor bad. I thought that was quite normal for couples who lived together for more than a decade of marriage. It was like love for us was as a family and not as a romantic thing as a man and a woman. My husband worked for a trading company that was considered a major firm, so we have never had any difficulties in making ends meet so far. He was often away, so I stayed at home when our son Timothy was young. To avoid making him feel lonely, Matthew also agreed to this arrangement. But as Timothy reached the upper grades of elementary school and Matthew started living apart due to his job, it somehow began to look like he was keeping me away from him. It seems that my brother went through a similar phase at that age. That's when I started thinking about getting a job. It's fine for you to work, but I don't want other people to think I'm not earning enough money. That was Matthew's first comment when I brought it up. Perhaps you can pick a job that will allow you to further pursue what you love, or one that will make you feel personally enriched. I was open to any job that suited me, but considering his opinion, I decided to work as an assistant for a floral design class. In addition to already having a bit of a background in floral design, I thought it would be useful in the future. As my husband's work often involves a wide range of socializing opportunities, including parties. That's great, it will be useful even if I get transferred anywhere, even abroad. Matthew also supported me, and I have kept that part-time job since then. Although we don't struggle financially, I've been wanting to have a serious talk with him about Timothy's future. Yeah, I've been thinking we need to sit down and talk about our future too. I was relieved to hear my husband's answer. Timothy was a sophomore in high school and would be a junior this fall. It was time to start thinking seriously about Timothy's future academic path. I'm supposed to return to the headquarters this fall. It coincides perfectly with the school calendar. However, our future, he mentioned when he came home for winter holiday break, was completely unexpected. I want a divorce. He started the conversation without giving any reason first. We've been separated for a long time, and I think that's enough reason for a divorce. It's not too late for either of us to start a new life. Wait. This is so sudden. I was completely caught off guard. In a panic, I interrupted him. Separated? You were just on a job assignment. I never thought of it as a separation. But you didn't come with me, did you? That was because of Timothy's school and also your father. His father was in good health and lived alone in a senior housing complex. The house we lived in at the time was originally Matthew's parents' house. But when we got married, his parents moved out of their house and moved into the senior housing complex. He has never gotten along well with his father. Matthew used to keep in touch with them when his mother was still doing well, but after she passed away, he no longer had any contact with his father. I told you to leave him alone, right? He's in a good facility, and we don't need to take care of him. I can't just leave him alone. The souring of Matthew and his father's relationship wasn't due to any significant reason. With all of the little issues built up over the years, there must have been a kind of relationship that did not work out. Even between parents and children. Both his father and the late mother were very nice people. That's why I had a close relationship with both of them, and I kept in touch with his father even after he was left alone. I also visited him in the senior housing complex from time to time. That's something you did on your own. I never asked you to do that, did I? It certainly was, but I could not accept his claim so easily. The same goes for Timothy's school. You could have transferred him to another school if you chose. You were the one who wanted Timothy to attend that school. Timothy enrolled in an integrated school straight through college after passing the so-called advanced admissions test. I wanted that too, but you could have transferred him if you really wanted to, right? I know what you mean, but we just can't do that. That's what I mean. You didn't choose to live with me. So here it is. He then handed me a prepared divorce petition. I've come all the way home, but you don't want to be with me in this situation either. I'm going to stay in a hotel. With that, he left the house. I was left stunned, unable to do anything. What are you doing in there, without the lights on? Where's Dad? On that day, Timothy had gone to see a movie from the morning with a friend. He returned home after the sun had completely set and it was dark outside. Meanwhile, it was early afternoon when Matthew came home and then left. It seemed I had just sat there for hours. What's this? Timothy picked up the divorce petition that were still on the coffee table. What should I do? How should I explain this? Still confused in my mind, I didn't even know what to say or how to say it to Timothy. Seeing me frozen, Timothy sighed, put it down, and left. Oh, not only my husband but surely my son will leave me. Lost in thought, Timothy returned almost immediately. Eat this. If you are hungry, you won't be able to think properly. Eat well and sleep tight, and then we'll think about where we go from here. He said, and he offered me a plate with 2 large sandwiches on it. He must have tried his best to make them. I couldn't help but cry when I thought of that. Just eat your sandwich. He insisted, pretending not to notice my tears, as I began eating the sandwiches through my sobs. The simple cheese sandwiches tasted better than any gourmet meal I had ever had. After going back to his assignment location, Matthew sent me a few messages. It went something like this. I want a divorce by next fall. I will properly pay child support until Timothy becomes an adult. I will take care of him until he graduates. Even though he will probably not have graduated yet when he turns 18. His patronizing tone, as if he was doing me a favor, was infuriating. Timothy was my child as well as Matthew's. So how could he be so pompous about his minimal obligations? I will live in the house when I return in the fall. I want you to be ready to move out by then. If you have a little more than 6 months, you should be able to find a suitable place. I will cover the moving expenses out of the goodness of my heart. If I needed to move out of the house we had lived in for years, of course, I expected him to pay. But I just couldn't see why I needed to do that. What was the reason why we had to leave this house? The reason for our divorce is the natural breakdown of our marriage. However, I acknowledge your years of dedication to take care of the housework and childcare, and I'm willing to give some support money. I haven't been living a life of leisure. Although we've lived apart, I visited him with Timothy when he couldn't come home, and we interacted like any normal family during those visits. I simply couldn't accept natural breakdown as a reason. If you can't make ends meet with your current job, I'm willing to help you find a new job. But in that case, you must leave the town. You won't be happy to see me either. I could never make a living just from my current job as an assistant in a floral design class. But when he told me to leave this town and find a job there, I couldn't accept such a request very easily. Why did I have to do that? I'll give you custody of Timothy. You have lived with him for many years, and I think he will be more comfortable with you. Besides, he's almost an adult, he shouldn't rely on his parents forever. If he needs me, I can discuss matters with him. But I won't make any requests to see him. If we were to get divorced, I was going to get custody of Timothy. But reading his messages, all I could think was that Matthew was trying to get rid of his son as well. How could he be so ruthless? How hurt Timothy would be if he knew about this. I sighed after reading everything, finding none of his reasons acceptable. How selfish these messages were. I was shocked and devastated when he first mentioned divorce, but then, I came to feel better to get rid of such a selfish person from us. I went to his assignment location to talk things over. He was still at work, but I had a duplicate key to his apartment. As usual, the room was impeccably tidy. It felt completely devoid of life. He's always been meticulous, but it was like a showroom. When I was waiting in the room, Matthew came home at night. I didn't know you were coming. If you're coming, at least call ahead. He said gruffly. Did you bring a signed divorce petition with you today? Everything was already prepared. You could have just signed it and filed it with the court. He didn't even look at me as he took off his suit jacket and untied his tie. He was carefully hanging them and smoothing out the wrinkles. He's always been like this. I remembered the times we lived together. Everything was always perfect, not a thing out of place. A surprise inspection to see if there's another woman? If so, too bad for you. Indeed, there was no sign of any other woman. What about dinner? I already ate, as usual. When was the last time I enjoyed a home-cooked meal? He said sarcastically, then took a cold beer from the fridge, sat at the table, and started drinking. Now you see why I want a divorce. I'm tired of living like this for so many years. Then you should have just asked me to come. You started working part-time while taking care of Timothy, and have established a routine. I can't ask you to give that all up. He took another sip of his beer. One day, it suddenly occurred to me that maybe I don't need a family. It seemed like he was insisting that our separation during his assignment was the cause for divorce. Can't you at least wait until Timothy graduates from high school? It's just another year and a half, not even 2 years. No, I want the divorce by next fall. What's happening next fall? He reacted a bit when I blurted out these words. Didn't I tell you? I am going back to the headquarters. I just thought it was a good time for a change. Can't we live together as a family for another year or so? No, it's over by next fall. The discussion was at an impasse. He was adamant about divorcing by next fall. Unable to do anything else, I left his apartment and stayed at a hotel that night, deciding to return home the next day. Because I couldn't bear the thought of spending time alone with my husband there. After that, I stopped visiting him. It was clear that it would be pointless. All important matters were handled through messages that left a record, and I began to prepare for various things as fall approached. First, I addressed the unacceptable parts of his proposal. I demanded that he supports Timothy's education until he graduates from college. If he didn't agree with that, I wouldn't sign the divorce petition. After I sent that message, he called, furious. I said until he's 18. If you disagree with that, I won't pay any child support after the divorce. That's unreasonable because until the divorce petition is filed, we are still married. And you are obligated to pay child support even after the divorce. After several exchanges on this matter, he finally gave in. Fine, I'll pay for Timothy's education for 4 years, but if he fails any year, I won't pay for anything beyond that. Understood. Please ensure that for 4 years. And let's have it in a notarized document. You don't trust me? Of course, I couldn't. He was the kind of man who suddenly confronted me with a divorce for that reason. I needed everything documented in case he changed his mind. If you can't agree, we'll go to divorce mediation, and if that doesn't work, we'll go to court. Then he agreed to notarize it. All right, then hurry up and file the divorce petition with the court. Every time he told me, I confronted him about the terms of divorce he had set that I didn't agree with. Regarding the division of property, please make sure that this is done appropriately. I've been supporting you with no income, and you are still trying to take money from me. I wasn't just being supported, I was raising a child with you. If you think of me as some jobless parasite, then we can go to mediation or court. Reluctantly, he agreed to the division of property, and of course, we had that notarized too. Given his high salary, it was a substantial amount. With all you're taking, that should be more than enough. Now file the divorce petition soon. Oh, but you said next fall would be fine, right? Let's wait in case there's something else. If you think delaying will make me retract the divorce, you're sorely mistaken. As fall approached, he became increasingly irritable and less able to hide his frustration. Why are you so irritated? A little discrepancy shouldn't be a problem. It is a big deal. Do you have any urgent matters? If so, please let me know, and I'll consider them. Even though I offered to compromise, he said there was no such thing. Then I knew that even if I didn't agree to a divorce until I was satisfied, it wouldn't matter. Anyway, I was the one in control at the moment. I was going to let myself do it until I felt satisfied. Along with my reluctance to sign the divorce petition, I had a number of things going on and the months flew by. When will you finally file the divorce petition with a court? It's already June. Matthew said, growing impatient. Yes, it's June now. But there's still 3 months until fall, and a little delay wouldn't hurt. You know what, I'm asking you to file it with a court as soon as possible. Because I want to be divorced by the time I get back to headquarters. Even so, it's hard to make up my mind, and there's so much to do. I skillfully dodged his demands. And you've already decided on a place to live, right? Don't worry, that's already settled. That's good to know. I'll be commuting from that house in the fall. He seemed genuinely relieved by my words. Please take care on your way back. You say that, but you and Timothy are leaving the house in a sort of swap with me. I'm never going back to you guys, keep that in mind. I knew that, without being told that. I had no intention of ever accepting this man as family again. And in the last week of August, he returned home. Although various arrangements had been made, the divorce petition was not filed yet. You promised to leave once I came back, didn't you? The month is almost over, and I'll ask you to hand over the divorce petition as a final step. A woman and a child were next to Matthew. The child, whom the woman was holding hands with, looked to be around preschool age. Let me introduce to you my wife, Vanessa. Vanessa was still young and quite flashy. Nice to meet you. Is he your son? Vanessa awkwardly hid the child behind her. What's your name, sweetie? Hey, stop it. It's none of your business. He said this to me, protecting the child as well. As I said earlier, we will be strangers now, and you guys no longer have any right to be in this house. He said so and suddenly sported an unpleasant smirk. Sign the divorce petition and you guys get out of this house. His gaze looked down on me, and my son, Timothy, with a triumphant gleam. So that was your plan all along. What does it matter? All that's left is to file the divorce petition with the court, and that's it. I'm relieved to hear that. I heard you received a lot from Matthew, and now I don't have to feel guilty about it anymore, right? Her last sentence was apparently to Matthew. Yes, that's right. I really should have registered the marriage properly by today. I'm truly sorry about that. But it seems it will all be sorted before Sean starts school. Yes, that was the reason he was rushing to get divorced. It was to get everything sorted before the child born to Vanessa could start school. As a parent, I could understand their feeling to hope to enroll their child in school as a legitimate family. But that was another story. I addressed Matthew and Vanessa. As for the alimony, I'll take it. But nothing about alimony should have been mentioned in the notarized deed. Yeah, of the divorce. I pointed to the notarized document that was prepared. No alimony for the divorce, but I'll take it from you for the inappropriate relationship between you and the woman and her child. And of course, I will take it from the woman too. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not paying a single penny for that. He shouted, his voice filled with anger. The child, called Sean, flinched and clung to Vanessa. I'm not joking. Claims for damages due to infidelity can be made within 3 years of discovering the fact. It's clearly stipulated by law. Compensation for infidelity matters. However, given that the cause of the divorce you cited, our long separation due to your assignment, was a lie, it seems I could also claim alimony for the divorce. What are you talking about? The true reason for the divorce is them. You want to divorce me to remarry that woman and officially recognize your child, right? If that were the reason, of course, I would claim alimony. It was clearly stipulated in the law. If the reason for the divorce was based on false or threatened divorce, the divorce itself could be annulled. I showed all the documents to Matthew and Vanessa. Of course, the divorce hasn't been finalized yet, and I think I can amend what's in that notarized document. His hands trembled as he held the documents. I said this with a full smile to him. If that's the case, then the agreement on Timothy's school expenses has been annulled too. That's not possible. There's no justifiable reason to revoke it. It's the same notarized document. He argued desperately, but his point didn't stand. It's the same document, but the content is different, isn't it? If I had lied, perhaps your argument could hold. But there's no falsehood on my side. This is the fact and the truth. I demanded that he would fulfill his obligations as Timothy's parent, which he had agreed to. There were no lies there. So, I don't think your claim will stand. Fine, I got it. If I have to pay, I'll pay. Thank you. I kept a broad smile. I beamed so that he and Vanessa would be as much frustrated as possible. How dare you? He spat out the words. But if it's just about money, fine. Just hand over the divorce petition now. Sure, that's fine. Actually, I already filed it this morning. Here, this is the proof of receipt. I handed him the certificate of acceptance for that. Once I have this, it's all mine. He showed it to Vanessa, and they smiled to each other in satisfaction. Well, our talk is over, then you have no need to be here. Get the hell out. Oh, you know what? Timothy and I have a right to live here. You are the ones who should leave. Are you insane? This is my house. My poor husband had no idea. I should have taught him properly. Whose name is on the deed to this house? That would be my father's. What's his is mine. No, this house is in my name. Hearing this, he momentarily showed a look of surprise, then quickly laughed and said, Maybe you think it's in your name because you have residency? I would never make such a foolish mistake. If you divorce me, you will no longer have any relation to my dad, meaning you'll lose the right to live in this house. I sighed and handed over another document. What is this about? His eyes widened as he looked at the document. I've been legally adopted by your father. He decided to leave this house to me through inheritance. The document I showed him was the adoption documents. It was clearly stated there that I was adopted. That's ridiculous. See, it's true, isn't it? Your father did that, just because I had taken care of him for so long. After Matthew brought up divorce, I consulted with his father. My own parents were already gone. Both my parents died shortly after our marriage, one after the other. My in-laws treated me like their own daughter. So I cared for my in-laws too, much more than Matthew, their own son. My father-in-law advised me to investigate thoroughly and hired a detective agency for that purpose. As a result, it was revealed that Matthew had a mistress and a child in secret. The reason you wanted to work alone away from home was to live with her, wasn't it? Vanessa met him while working as a server at a bar. She was only 20 at the time but soon became close to him. And she eventually became pregnant. He, contemplating various things, decided to lead a double life to live with Vanessa and their child. I visited your remote work location several times but never saw any trace of a woman. Now I understand why. He had 2 houses at his assignment location. One was a sweet home for them to live in, and the other was camouflage to keep visitors like us from finding out there were other women. After he moved for his job, I visited him several times with our son Timothy. I always admired how neat everything was, but now it makes sense. It was practically unoccupied. He even installed cameras in the house to alert him whenever someone entered the room. Learning about this? Your father was so appalled by your malice that he decided to leave you nothing, and he would make sure everything went to Timothy. Then he offered to adopt me. That's absurd. Matthew probably believed everything was going as well as he wanted it to, but he collapsed on the spot when he learned the truth. Do you know what estate planning is? Your father had it formally created. It is what is called a will regarding the inheritance. What is that? Simply stated, my father-in-law chooses his own heirs to his estate by creating a living trust and appointing Timothy as the beneficiary. The entire estate belongs to Timothy. In this case, Matthew was almost estranged from his father, who decided to take action due to his appalling treatment of his family. My father-in-law said he would do so, as a way of expressing his gratitude to me, his son's wife, for being there for him through all those years of conflict with his son, and also as an apology for what his own son had done to me. However, if Matthew was dissatisfied with the execution, he could contest that in court. To counter this, my father-in-law tried to weaken the legitimacy of Matthew's objection by adopting me and transferring the name of this house to me, thereby making his inheritance to Timothy more secure. After consulting with your father, we decided to go this route. How could you do something like this? I thought you were a housewife and didn't know anything. Timothy remarked incredulously. Dad, what are you talking about? You didn't know anything? Timothy handed him a book. Mrs. Rose's Brilliant Deductions? What's the matter with this book? I know, it's a very popular young adult book and I assume it will soon be made into animated film. I read it too, I love it. That book was written by my mom. She studied a lot to write it, including learning a lot about law. At Timothy's words, both of them were stunned. Indeed, I was just as Matthew thought, a naive housewife who hadn't really accomplished anything. However, I did have a passion for writing and had secretly been posting novels online without telling him. Using the floral design class I worked part-time as a setting, I wrote a series about Mrs. Rose, an assistant and housewife, who solved one difficult case after another. It turned out to be a huge hit. I haven't heard anything about it. I thought it was time for me to confess to you after the animated film adaptation talks underway, but then the divorce came first. That's too bad for you. In that case, the royalties from that book are marital property, right? How much money is coming in from the animated film? We need to divide that properly, too, right? Unfortunately for you, the divorce is final. The royalties from books and income from the animated film adaptation have nothing to do with you anymore. Hearing my words, he cried out loud, repeatedly muttering, "It can't be true." Disappointing, isn't it? After years of belittling and trying to deceive me, you think there's value in using me once you realize I have worth? If you have anything to say, you can speak to my lawyer from now on. Now, please leave. With that, I immediately kicked him and Vanessa out of the house. I felt sorry for little Sean, but there was nothing I could do for him. Matthew pleaded for reconciliation numerous times, but there was no way I would accept. More importantly, make sure you legally recognize Sean. He's starting elementary school soon, right? It would be cruel to leave things as they are. Later, Vanessa also pressed for recognition of Sean, and they registered him, officially becoming family. It would be natural for him to do so for the sake of the child for whom he was responsible. After waiting for Sean's elementary school to start and their lives to settle down, I filed for alimony court. After all, it was for years of infidelity and a double life. The amount of the alimony was substantial. You're making quite a bit, right? Then you can afford to reduce the alimony. Forget it ever happened. Such a ridiculous request came to me, which of course, I rejected. No matter who I am, there's no doubt in my mind that I am hurt by the way you have treated me. Alimony is money to compensate for that hurt. And only a monetary amount can express your apology, so I'm asking you to pay me a reasonable amount for that. And it has nothing to do with my income. I told him I would fight him hard in court if he refused any more, and he paid me nicely. He apparently borrowed the money for the alimony from his company. He thought he could continue working quietly at the headquarters and repay the debt, but somehow the company found out what he had done. It also became known that his request for a remote assignment was for such immoral purposes. Heaven's net is vast and wide, yet it lets nothing slip through. It was well said that the heavens are watching. The senior management at his company was furious once they found out that he had abused his position for such immoral purposes. As a result, he was demoted and transferred to a subsidiary in a remote area. His salary was reduced, and now both he and his wife are struggling to repay their debts. But, ultimately, it was probably for the best. In a new place, Sean can start fresh without anyone knowing he was born under such circumstances, just like any other normal family. Innocent children should not suffer because of their parents' actions. As for me, after the divorce, my work was successfully adapted into an animated film, sparking a bit of a craze. Merchandise was also developed. And the paper book, marketed with an appendix, was a big hit in this age, when ebooks are becoming the mainstay of the market. My editor keeps nagging me for the next piece. Life is busy, and I hardly have time to dwell on past wounds. The animated film is hugely popular worldwide. My work is being broadcast here and there, and the response from abroad has been great. Despite everything that has happened, Timothy has grown up honest and sincere. He's going off to college this spring and has told me he wants to use those 4 years to find what he really wants to do, just like I did. It's my life, no matter what, so I won't rely on Mom too much. He says such cheeky things, but as a parent, I'd be happier if he relied on me a little. Maybe I'll write a new piece with a cheeky college student as the protagonist. I have a feeling the next work will be a hit, too. I am thinking such a thing on my own while watching my son, who is strong and solid. Can't you even prepare properly? Hurry up and serve the food. Don't embarrass my mom like this. Huffing and puffing, Michael stormed out of the kitchen with an extra bottle of wine in hand. Of course, he never gave the slightest indication of helping. Silently, I began cleaning up the broken dishes. I'm so done with this. Why is it always just me? What happened? Just then, Jonathan, my father-in-law, who seemed to have arrived late, poked his head into the kitchen. Probably having heard the sound of breaking dishes. Seeing the array of dishes laid out in the kitchen, he looked surprised. All this. Don't tell me you did this all by yourself. With a sense of resignation towards Jonathan's attitude, I informed him with a touch of self-deprecation. It's always like this. I then gathered the broken pieces of dishes and stood up. Seeing me like this, Jonathan seemed at a loss for words. The sight of me, evidently more worn out than the last time we met, shifted his surprise to anger. I'll ask my wife what she intends. You come too. After telling me that, Jonathan led me to the living room. My name is Sarah, 32 years old. I've been married to Michael, who is 3 years my senior, for almost a year now. I had been working as an outpatient nurse at a small pediatric clinic since before I got married, but I recently switched to a general hospital in the same city for skill development. If it's been a year since the marriage, I believe it would still be considered newlywed by general standards. However, from day one of our marriage, we've been staying at my in-laws' house with my mother-in-law, Linda. The reason was that my husband wished it so, concerned about his mother, who was left alone because his father was on a long-distance work assignment. At first, I also thought having more people living together would be reassuring. I believed we could help and support each other during busy times. But I soon came to understand painfully that this was a huge misunderstanding. Sarah, that's terrible of you. It was the morning after my first night shift since changing jobs. After managing to complete the unfamiliar work shift from midnight to 8:30 a.m. and returning home exhausted, I was met with a single displeased comment from Linda. It was 9 a.m. Due to a scheduling mismatch, Michael had already left for work. This time of the day is when neighbors frequently pass by our house. Whether she knew this or not, Linda confronted me loudly enough for neighbors to hear. How come you didn't prepare breakfast just for me? You meaning what? Well, Breakfast? Confused by the sudden accusation, I pondered its meaning and felt perplexed. Because I had prepared breakfast for two before leaving for work last night. Most likely, Michael ended up eating his mother's portion as well. Even if I pointed this out, Linda wouldn't budge, insisting it was my spiteful act. In the end, I had to prepare her breakfast again, rubbing my sleepy eyes. Having an inflexible daughter-in-law is such a hassle. Even after having me prepare breakfast again, Linda didn't utter a single word of thanks. Instead, after taking just one bite, she complained about the taste being too strong and the food being too salty. But with my head foggy from sleepiness, I ignored her complaints and tried to leave the room as soon as possible to get some sleep. However, Linda coldly called me back just as I was about to leave. "Wait a minute, Sarah, where do you think you're going? There are still dishes to be cleaned up." "I'm sorry, Linda. I've just come off a night shift, so could you possibly take care of the cleanup?" "What? What are you talking about? Cleaning up is a part of cooking. Besides, since cleaning and laundry are your responsibilities, I've made sure to leave them for you. So if you're going to rest, could you please finish those first? Could I possibly do it after I've rested?" What kind of selfish thing to say? You're the homemaker of this house now, aren't you? Well, I'm not heartless, so it would be different if you had kids. But you don't have any now, right? I'm on it. It seems I won't be allowed to rest just yet. Forced to whip my leaden body into action, I ended up doing all the chores as ordered by Linda. "I'll take care of the household chores once you have kids," has become her recent mantra. And it implicitly means, why haven't you had children yet? Since Michael is her only child, Linda probably places too much expectation on me to bear her grandchildren. My friend's daughter-in-law got pregnant during their honeymoon, and another has already become a mother of 3. I'm incredibly envious. I also want to see my grandchild soon. Even without being told, I too wish to be blessed with a child soon. At the very least, it would free me from these daily jibes. But it hasn't happened. Over the past year, I've taken care of my health, tried supplements, and attempted everything that's said to be beneficial. I've tried everything I could think of. Despite all that, why? After finishing the tasks with great effort, I turned back to Linda, this time determined to tell her, I'm going to rest. But before I could speak, she smiled sweetly and said, "Thanks for your hard work. It's about time for lunch. Pasta would be fine." In the end, I was able to go to sleep only after the clock's hands had significantly passed noon. "Hey, Michael, let's have a talk about the fertility treatment. The doctor at the clinic said it's important for both of us to come in so they can create a proper treatment plan. Can you keep this Saturday free?" One night, when Michael's overtime and my work shift didn't overlap, I shared with him the results from our recent visit to the fertility clinic. Though it was just an initial consultation involving submitting a basal body temperature chart, blood tests, and a brief interview. What? What's this all about? This is the first I'm hearing of it. I mentioned that I was worried about not having children, and you suggested I visit the clinic. Yup, I said that, but why do I have to go too? I understand his confusion. Although gynecology wasn't my field, I initially believed that fertility treatment was something women had to tackle on their own. That's why I went to the first appointment by myself. But there, Dr. Brown explained that treatment requires the cooperation of both partners. For a successful pregnancy, not only the wife's but also the husband's reproductive health is crucial. Semen volume, concentration, motility, and sperm morphology are all important factors that need to be checked. Depending on the results, it could significantly affect the treatment plan. In other words, Michael's semen analysis is quite important for fertility treatment. That's why I need you to come for the treatment plan explanation. You're the only one who needs to listen. Anyway, it's got nothing to do with me. That's not true. It's a matter for both of us, isn't it? Put yourself in my shoes, being asked when we're having a kid every time I see your mother. Don't speak ill of my mom. It's your infertility that's the problem. Just get it treated quickly. That's why I need your cooperation. Fertility treatment isn't just about checking fallopian tubes and follicles, a semen analysis is essential. I'm healthy and have no issues. Our sex life is fine, and I have plenty of volume, right? So, there's no need for a test. Then prove it. What if my colleague sees me there? Are you trying to embarrass me? In any case, I absolutely won't go. Did I make the request in the wrong way? It seemed to upset Michael, and he ended the conversation by pulling the blanket over his head and starting to snore loudly. Looking down at Michael, I let out a deep sigh. I believe that night shifts symbolize one aspect of nursing as a unique profession. While the arrangement of night shifts varies by medical institution, at my new job, we typically work 3 shifts. Besides day shifts, there are 4 to 5 night shifts per month, and including evening shifts, about 8 night shifts in total. But it's not the irregular work schedule that's the hardest. It's the volume of tasks assigned by Linda when I'm at home. Nurses are supposed to be exempt from day shifts after a night shift, but since I have to take care of household chores, I essentially have no days off. If I had known this reality awaited me, I would have never considered changing jobs. Linda became more demanding after our first year of marriage. Looking at her now, it's hard to believe, but right after we got married, she wasn't so overtly imposing household chores on me. Could it be because I still haven't been able to conceive? After enduring such a life for just over 6 months, my body, which was once slightly plump and healthy at the time of our marriage, has now become skeletal. With my flesh wasted away to the point where my bones are protruding, transforming into a clearly sickly figure. However, strangely enough, it seemed that both Linda and Michael were completely oblivious to the changes in me. Perhaps because we see each other every day, they might not notice the gradual changes. Then came a day in summer. Michael approached me with a plan, looking excited. We're going to celebrate Mom's 60th birthday this Sunday. She's really looking forward to inviting a lot of her friends. So I'm counting on you to handle the preparations. Saying this, he handed me a piece of paper. Written in Linda's handwriting were the names and contact details of the guests, the menu for the meal, specifications for the dinnerware to be used, the order in which the dishes were to be served, and even the brands of drinks to prepare, all detailed meticulously. What was astonishing was the number of guests and the schedule. Of course, Jonathan's name was on the list. 10 people? To prepare meals for that many people, with this many dishes. And on Sunday, I'll be just off my night shift. It can't be helped, Mom insists on that day. It'll be fine. You always manage to stay up until the afternoon anyway. The birthday party is at noon. So it shouldn't be a problem. Saying that, Michael left the room, leaving me in a daze. I bet neither of them will lift a finger to help. In my numb mind, I was strangely certain of this. And then came the morning of the 60th birthday party. As usual, after coming off a night shift, I staggered home and went about the household chores and preparations as Linda directed. Having done the laundry and cleaning the night before, turned out to be a saving grace. But some of the groceries I had bought in advance were apparently eaten by Michael, forcing me to go shopping again. Due to this mishap, guests started arriving at the house before I could even begin preparing the main dishes. While Linda, dressed to the nines, entertained the guests, I hurriedly prepared the drinks, a few appetizers, and glasses. I hoped to have the main dishes ready while they enjoyed those. Despite already being significantly behind schedule, I still continued to work as hard as I could. However, once time is lost, it's not easy to make it up. What are you doing, Sarah? You're behind the schedule. It seemed that Linda had instructed Michael about something, and just when the main dish was nearly finished, he came stomping into the kitchen. Seeing that the plating was not yet finished, he frowned deeply. What? It's not ready yet. Can't you even prepare properly? Hurry up and serve the food. Don't embarrass my mom like this. Grumbling, Michael forcefully grabbed the wine bottle I had set aside to rest. At that moment, a stack of plates I had set aside for plating toppled over, falling from the counter and shattering into pieces. My face turned pale because those were Linda's favorite plates. But Michael remained unfazed. Don't stack them like this here. With just that comment, he left the kitchen. Of course, he showed no inclination to help. I crouched down on the floor and began silently picking up the broken pieces. I'm so done with this. Why is it always just me? What happened? At that moment, I heard a gentle voice. Surprised, I turned around to find my father-in-law, Jonathan, who seemed to have arrived late, standing at the kitchen entrance with large bags in hand. It seems he came after hearing the sound of the broken plates. Oh, did the plates break? Are you hurt? His words, purely out of concern and without any scolding for the mishap, almost brought me to tears. Well, it feels like it's been quite a while since someone spoke to me so kindly in this house. After all, the last time I saw Jonathan was back during Christmas holidays. He crouched down and helped me collect the scattered pieces of the broken plates together. Then, seeing the array of dishes laid out in the kitchen, he showed a look of surprise. All this, Sarah, don't tell me you did this all by yourself. Jonathan looked around, searching for anyone else who might have been helping with the preparations. But there was no one else. There never had been, in this house. With a sense of resignation, I told him with a touch of self-deprecation. It's always like this. Then, gathering the broken pieces of the plate, I stood up. Upon taking another look at me, Jonathan seemed to be at a loss for words. My appearance was clearly different from when we last met, noticeably worn and gaunt. My hair and skin were in terrible condition, with dark circles under my eyes, and not a trace of my former cheerfulness remained. And then, the mountain of dishes before me and my words. Did all the pieces lead to one conclusion? Jonathan's expression of surprise now morphs into one of anger. I'll ask my wife what she intends. You come too. With a voice lower than I'd ever heard him use, he said so, and I hurriedly stopped him as he attempted to leave the kitchen. But the cooking isn't done yet. There's no need for you to do it. With a sharp rebuke that quelled my slight resistance, he then led me towards the living room. Upon entering the living room, we found Linda entertaining guests, pouring the wine Michael had brought around for everyone. Sarah. How long are we supposed to wait? Oh, you finally arrived too. Everyone, this is my husband, Jonathan. He's been on a long-distance work assignment alone for quite a while, but he made a special trip back just for me today. After that, the guests greeted him with warm smiles. Responding to their greetings, Jonathan also offered a brief acknowledgement. Hi everyone. Thank you all for coming to today's party. And I am very grateful to you for always supporting my troubled wife. Excuse me, darling. It's not nice of you to call me troubled wife at such a special celebration. A troubled wife is still a troubled wife, in the truest sense. What? At that remark, the previously warm atmosphere in the living room instantly fell silent. I was standing behind Jonathan, but he made me stand next to him. And he turned to face the guests again. I would like to introduce her. This is Sarah, Michael's wife. Hey, darling, Sarah is still busy with the preparations, and... Jonathan glared at Linda and shut her up as she tried to cut in, and continued. She got married Michael a year and a half ago. She was an accommodating, cheerful, and above all beautifully smiling young lady. And I was convinced that my son would have a bright future. But how does she appear to you now? At least 6 months ago. She wasn't as emaciated as she is now, nor did she have such a lifeless expression. As Jonathan paused, whispers among the guests started to emerge, saying things like, she surely looked different from the photos. And, she's clearly lost too much weight. Listening to these murmurs, Jonathan then turned back to Linda. Explain why Sarah has changed so drastically. Ah. I don't know. Maybe her job is too demanding or what? Oh, don't you remember I told you she switched to a hospital with night shifts at the start of the year over the phone? So are all of Sarah's colleagues in this state of health as well? If so, that's a clear violation of labor laws. I'll have to contact the medical labor union. But that is... Still playing dumb, are you? I just heard it all, that you were always forcing her to do all of chores without any time to rest. Even today, she's just off a night shift. Despite you knew she was in such a condition, did you leave her alone to prepare for such a big party? That's right. On the way from the kitchen to the living room, I had confided everything to Jonathan. How I had been treated almost like a housekeeper for the past 6 months, with hardly any time off. As Linda turned her face away, unable to refute, Jonathan then sternly looked at Michael. And you, Michael. Knowing that Sarah was going through all this, why haven't you done anything? Well, it is. I mean, it's the matter only between Sarah and Mom, right? It has nothing to do with me. What did you vow at your own wedding? To protect and support her, to make her happy, didn't you? Does she look happy to you now? Well, yes, there were times when I thought it was a little too much. But Mom said if we have no kids, it's just normal. If you're a man, you should prioritize your spouse over your mother. Have you forgotten that your marriage broke down because both of you cornered your ex-wife like that before? At Jonathan's words, Michael turned bright red and fell silent. And I, too, in sheer surprise, gaped and looked up at Michael. I knew Michael had been married before, and I had decided to marry him fully aware of that fact. But it was completely news to me that his ex-wife had been treated in the same way as I am now. But while I was surprised, a part of me strangely felt a sense of realization, as if thinking, well, so it really was like that. Let me be clear, since she doesn't have children, it's only expected that she should be able to manage this much work. It is unbelievable that they've been married for a year and a half and still haven't been blessed with children. She falls short in so many ways as my son's wife. Even if she were infertile, there's no blame in that condition itself. Your argument is nothing but a misplaced outburst. Who do you think you are, saying such things so arrogantly? How could you, who have been away from home for so long, understand my feelings? You couldn't possibly understand, could you? Surrounded by people who constantly boast about how happy they are with their grandchildren, do you have any idea how miserable that made me feel? It was tough. I wanted to meet my grandchild so badly. With that outburst, Linda finally broke down in tears. While I felt a bit of pity for her in that state, it couldn't erase the physical and emotional pain I had endured for over 6 months. If the same was done to Michael's ex-wife, then I find it even more unforgivable. It's impossible for you to meet grandchildren. I'm sure they will never come to you in the future. After stating my position firmly, I thrust a few pieces of paper in front of Linda. These were items I had taken from my room just now as Jonathan and I were moving here. They were the test results from the fertility treatment clinic. Blood tests, AMH, hysterosalpingography, anti-sperm antibody test, and others, all normal. My body is healthy. If the situation was the same with his ex-wife, there's only one conclusion. The problem lies with Michael. What? You must have had some inkling, right? That's why you were so reluctant to get tested, wasn't it? Yet instead of defending me, you treated me like a housemaid along with your mother. Until now, I kept quiet about these test results because I still loved you. But after being yelled at again today, and you not even lifting a finger to help, and then finding out you treated your ex-wife terribly too, I just don't care anymore. Michael, let's get a divorce. Wait, hold on. Me? Infertile. That can't be. It's a lie, right? If you think so, you should get tested properly. Well, whether the results are good or bad, it doesn't really matter to me anymore. With that final statement, I turned my back on Michael, who continued to make excuses, and Linda, who was sobbing, and left the living room. Just before closing the door, I faintly heard the sound of the guests leaving one after another. Afterward, Michael and I formally divorced through a lawyer. He made a fuss, but thanks to Jonathan recording the conversation in the living room that day, it was acknowledged that I had been subjected to psychological abuse by Michael and Linda for 6 months. Moreover, when Michael finally underwent a semen analysis, it turned out he indeed had azoospermia, and Linda was furious about it. And then, after we successfully finalized our divorce, surprisingly, Linda and Jonathan decided to get a divorce as well. Jonathan mentioned, I had hoped she would reflect on and change her behavior regarding how she treated our son's ex-wife, but since that didn't happen, I had to make this decision. He apologized for not realizing the situation sooner and for not having Michael's sperm tested before we got married. A year later, rumor has it that Linda, ousted from the family home, now lives in public housing with Michael within the same city. Furthermore, it seems that Linda was cut off by her former friends as well. Moreover, through those friends, the rumor spread further, and now Michael is said to be feeling quite uncomfortable even at his workplace. And through Jonathan, I met a man and, after 6 months of dating, we got married. Jonathan said that he highly trusts the man who works for him. Now, we are living happily together. Recently, I found out I was 2 months pregnant after a checkup at the gynecologist, and I plan to share the news with Jonathan soon. After all, for us, Jonathan is not only the matchmaker but also the benefactor who saved me from a difficult situation. I want a child of my own too. In a sarcastic tone, my husband Alex says. I finally couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. What? What are you talking about? Isn't he right here? Until now, I've been harshly criticized by my husband Alex for our difficulty in having children. Even now, he's holding my sister's baby in front of me, as if to make a spectacle. What? Alex's mouth falls open in surprise. Despite all the evidence, he can't possibly be planning to play dumb. I won't let him. I'll make sure you all are the ones who are brought down to hell. My name is Natalie. I'm a 25-year-old homemaker. All right, it's done. I was preparing dinner in the kitchen. When I opened the large pot, the refined scent wafted through the air. I tasted the soup I scooped from the pot. The sweetness is okay, the meat is tender, all right, it's exactly to his taste. Just as I was satisfied and sighed. I'm home. My husband Alex returned. I went to the entrance to greet him. Welcome back. It's my favorite soup today. As I took Alex's bag at the entrance and was about to head back to the room. Hey. Alex grabbed my shoulder. I felt a piercing gaze on my back. How was it? Today was the day, right? I gasped at his words. My heart pounded, and I felt dizzy. Answer me. I swallowed and opened my mouth. What? I mustered the courage to speak. It didn't work out. This month too, we didn't get a baby. I clenched my hands tightly. Seeing this, Alex sighed deeply. Again? Why can't we have a child? Making soup as if to appease me, how contrived. I'm sorry, but don't make excuses. All my friends had kids right after getting married. Thinking of names, buying baby clothes, they all seem so happy. I want children too. But we've only been married for 3 months, we don't have to rush. Damn. Alex stared at my face. Then, as if struck by a thought, he snorted through his nose. You're infertile as a woman, aren't you? Maybe you should go see a gynecologist. Alex snatched the bag from me and went to his own room. I covered my face with both hands. I too want a child. To bear a new life and feel its preciousness. To be moved by every little milestone in my child's growth. But maybe I'm not worthy of that. My parents disappeared before I was even fully aware. They vanished, leaving us behind. Left behind were me and my twin sister. We grew up without knowing parental love. Can someone like me become a proper parent? That's always been my worry. But I can't give up. If my desire for a child is genuine, surely, someday, God will grant me this wish. I'll hold on to that belief and wait for the time to come. Besides, next month is our much-awaited wedding ceremony. Since it's a bit late, my expectations are even higher. All right. Smile, smile. I went to call Alex for dinner. Today is Alex's birthday. I've decorated and prepared a present. As I waited for Alex's return, the doorbell rang. It's rare for him to ring the bell. I hurried to open the door. There stood a woman. She had the beauty and style of a movie star. She casually brushed her glossy black hair off her shoulders. Hi, Natalie. It was my twin sister, Hannah. We are fraternal twins. Seeing my sister's face, which looks nothing like mine, I was taken aback. Hannah. What are you doing here? I just came to hang out. But, today is Alex's birthday, right? I wanted to celebrate just the two of us. Didn't I text you? Realizing her mistake, Hannah apologized. Sorry. I forgot. I just wanted to see you so much. I've been lonely since you got married. Since I got married, Hannah has been visiting our house unexpectedly almost every week, no, every 3 days. Because of this, Alex and I haven't had much time alone recently, and we haven't been able to have a proper conversation. But when I hear Hannah say she's lonely, I find myself unable to say anything. After all, we're the only family we have. Hey, sis. I'm giving you this bag. I haven't been using it much lately. I opened the paper bag my sister gave me. Wow. This is from a famous brand. It's okay. I usually give them to my friends. This time it's for you. Take it and go out to dinner with your friends. Oh, right. You don't really have friends like I do. By the way, look at this. The party we had the other day. Hannah showed me a photo. In it, Hannah and over 100 of her friends were elegantly enjoying a dinner party. I chuckled. Hannah, you're such a social butterfly. You're the complete opposite of me, and that's really amazing. You're successful in your career. You have money. You have a boyfriend, right? Well, of course, this is just the norm for me. Hannah said with a boastful smile. I gave a wry smile at her demeanor. What? Then Hannah froze as she looked at the table. She burst into laughter, holding her stomach. Wait, did you actually make this cake yourself? Yes. Is that weird? Everyone knows that people prefer store-bought cakes. You're doing thankless work, sis. It's really sad. Hannah leaned in to look at my face and smiled. Well, that's what makes you adorable, I guess. Hannah smiled sweetly. Then, her expression suddenly changed as her eyes sparkled with excitement. That's right. I actually have some news to share. I'm home. Alex returned from work. We stopped our conversation to greet today's star. As I was cutting the cake, Alex and Hannah started getting excited about something they saw on TV. This is so pitiful. Despite being an actress, she couldn't have children after she got married, and by the time she finally did, she was 40. How miserable. Seriously. The two of them seemed to get along well, often gossiping about celebrities. They looked like a real couple. Look, baby pictures. My heart skipped a beat at those words. Children are a symbol of happiness. I believe that giving birth is a woman's mission. A woman who can't have children isn't really a woman. I get it. I really click with you, Hannah. We really do get along, don't we? I silently served the cake. Right, Natalie? Alex teased me. Hannah suddenly covered her mouth in shock. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean you. I was talking about someone else. At that moment, Hannah looked at me and smirked slyly. It was an expression I had never seen on her before. I sensed a definite mess in it. The reason my sister comes to visit. It's because she's lonely without her sister. That's why I couldn't refuse her. But, is that really true? After the party ended and Hannah left, I received a message on my phone. I'm actually pregnant. Remember I said I had news? Of course, we're planning to get married. Sorry for finding happiness before you. A family member becoming happy. I should be happy, I should be congratulating them. But inside me, something dark was brewing. And then, time flew by in an instant. Today is the long-awaited wedding day. We chose a small local church as the venue. It's somewhat modest, but we wanted to save as much money as possible for the children we hope to have one day. After getting dressed in my wedding gown, I'm spending a calm moment in the dressing room. But that peace was shattered in an instant. Bang. The door bursts open. I'm here. Congrats, big sis. Startled, I turned to see my sister. But an even more shocking sight awaited me. Hi Hannah, that outfit. What? What's up? I swallowed hard and then said. You shouldn't wear white to a wedding. Yes, my sister was wearing a pure white dress. Hannah apologized in an exaggerated manner. Sorry. I tried to avoid it, but I just fell in love with this dress, and besides. Hannah smirked. It suits me, doesn't it? This dress. My sister posed proudly, tilting her head as if to look down on me. Then she looked me over as if evaluating me. Is that handmade? It looks more like a dress than a gown. It doesn't have the usual fluffy dress shape. Yes. I like this designer, made especially for me. It's embroidered with my favorite flowers. Hannah smiled with just her lips. Wow, that's nice for you. Embroidery gives off an old lady vibe, but it really suits you, so I guess it's fine. Thank you. I forced a smile. Hey, it's time. Alex came into the dressing room and spoke brusquely. You look beautiful. Not a single word of that was given. I let out a deep sigh. The ceremony went smoothly, and the reception began. Now, we'll have a speech from a family member. Hannah stepped up to the microphone. Instantly, the men in the venue started murmuring. Beautiful. Gorgeous. I wish I could marry someone like her. Their gazes went beyond the dress, entangling with her beauty and figure. Nice to meet you. I'm Hannah, her sister. Today, there are a few empty seats, but thank you all for coming. The reception had a 30% absence rate. We had prepared seats for Hannah's friends, but none of them showed up. As you can see, my sister doesn't have friends, only about 8 in total. She always spends her holidays cooped up, eating snacks and tapping on her cell phone. Isn't that pitiful? There were snickers throughout the venue. I felt the blood drain from my face. Hannah, what are you saying? It's a wedding. A reception. But I love my sister just the way she is. Alex, please make my sister happy. My sister displayed a smile like that of an angel. A round of applause erupted. I didn't even want to think about who it was for. After the reception, I called my sister to the dressing room. Why did you say that, Hannah? The empty seats were for your friends, right? You made it seem like it was my fault. I pleaded desperately, but my sister, with a troubled smile, patted my head. Don't be mad. If you worry about such things, life will be hard, won't it? My friends also said it was a nice ceremony. The two of them were nonchalant. Why? How could you? As I panicked, they laughed at me as if mocking. I was paralyzed by this incomprehensible reality. Soon after, my in-laws arrived. They consoled me and scolded Alex and my sister. We're truly sorry for son's. They apologized like that. I felt a bit relieved, but suspicion towards the two of them began to emerge within me. Little by little, but surely, a sense of discomfort was accumulating. 10 months have passed since then. Me, Alex, and my in-laws were heading somewhere by car. Alex, driving, was in high spirits. Man, I'm really looking forward to this. You feel the same, right, Natalie? I remained silent, looking down. We arrived at my sister's house. Alex and my in-laws were excited, surrounding the living room sofa. She's so cute. Glad she was born healthy. At the center was my sister. And her baby. Upon seeing me, my sister, holding the baby, ran over. Look, sis. Isn't she adorable? She looks just like me. My sister was radiating happiness. However, her eyes were wide open, enjoying my reaction with a twisted smile. Congratulations. I muttered softly, looking down. Wow, she's so cute. Can I hold her? Of course. Alex's eyes sparkled as he held the baby. Babies are this cute. Look, Natalie, this is a symbol of happiness. Yeah. What's wrong? Jealous of Hannah. That's why you're not getting pregnant. Alex, as if to flaunt the baby, held her and smirked at me. I want a child of my own too. At that moment, snapped inside my head. What? What are you talking about? Isn't she right here? What? Alex's mouth fell open in shock. What? The in-laws were wide-eyed and frozen. Pointing at the baby in Alex's arms, I made sure everyone could hear each word clearly. She's right there. Your child. The lovely baby of you and Hannah. In that moment, the atmosphere turned ice cold. Alex's face turned pale, and Hannah's face contorted. I took out a photo from my bag and scattered it across the floor. The photo clearly showed Alex and my sister heading to a hotel together. I know everything. That Alex and Hannah were having an affair. As I declared this, my sister burst out laughing dismissively. Stop it, this must be some kind of Photoshop, right? Don't be ridiculous. The ridiculous one is you, Hannah. I suspected you two were up to something, so I installed surveillance cameras in the house. And then, when I wasn't around, the two of you. I pulled out my phone and started playing a video. The living room displayed Hannah and Alex's affair. Hannah's face turned beet red in no time. What is this? Stop it. Stop it now. Hannah attacked me like a mad woman. After snatching the phone from me, she threw it against the wall with all her might and stomped on it over and over again. The phone screen shattered dramatically, making a strange noise. I watched my sister with a cold gaze. It's useless, Hannah. As my sister was tearing up the photos, she looked up at my words. Useless? What do you mean? Then, a furious shout filled the room. Alex. The father-in-law had grabbed Alex by the collar. Did you betray Natalie? With her own sister, no less. You monster. You even had a child. How are you going to take responsibility, you foolish son? The mother-in-law was in tears. Alex, condemned by his parents, trembled. Wait. We don't even know if the child is mine and Hannah's. Natalie is just trying to make me look bad by saying whatever she wants. DNA test. What? I said loudly. A DNA test will reveal whose child it is. Why don't you go to the hospital and have it done? But... Alex stammered but, still not giving up, pleaded with his parents. Look, Natalie can't get pregnant at all. A woman who can't bear children isn't fit to be a wife, right? Are you out of your mind? A man who commits adultery is the one who's unfit to be a husband. But that's... Alex averted his gaze. Seeing this, the in-laws sighed deeply and looked away. You have something to say too. Why did you do such a thing? Betraying your family is a grave sin. Hannah's shoulders jolted. It's not my fault. The bad one is you, Natalie. Hannah gritted her teeth, glaring at me with a face like a demon. It's because you stole the person I had my first love with. What? I had no recollection of such a thing. After our parents left us, I always acted strong. But you were always so whiny. It was so annoying. And yet, the person I had my first love with rejected me because he liked you. He felt sorry for you. At that moment, I swore. If you wanted to be pitied so badly, I'd make you truly pitiful. First, I decided to make you feel lonely. I kept telling you our parents are gone. It must be lonely. Then, you grew up to be a gloomy kid without any friends. Poor thing. Next, I wanted you to feel inferior. I am amazing. You are not. That was my goal. So, giving me brand name items and bragging about her many friends were all to make me feel inferior. And probably, stealing Alex too. Now you understand, right? You are beneath me. Betrayed by your husband, hated by your sister, you are the most pitiful woman in the world. Hannah laughed triumphantly. But I felt no emotion. I'm pitiful? I see, that's what you thinks. Got it. She must have expected me to lose my composure. Hannah stood frozen with a puzzled look. But I don't care about that anymore. Now I just hate you. I loved you so much, and to think you've been manipulating me like this for so long. It's terrible. Too terrible. So, I'll return everything you did to me. I mimicked my sister's laugh. Then Hannah recoiled as if she'd seen a monster. Was my face that scary? Both of you just wait and see. I left the house alone. Months have passed since then. We decided to divorce and Alex left. Needless to say, he was probably heading to my sister's house. Today, I was at a wedding. It was cold, so I wore a thick, long cardigan over my dress, making sure the dress underneath couldn't be seen at all. The church for the ceremony was spacious, with over 100 attendees. There were so many people that I couldn't even get a clear view of the bride and groom. The same must have been true for them. The bride and groom made their entrance, and applause filled the air. The priest began the vows. Do you, Alex, take Hannah as your wife, to have and to hold, in good times and in bad, in wealth and in poverty, in sickness and in health. Today was Hannah and Alex's wedding. I found out about my sister's wedding a month after that showdown. Hannah had announced her shotgun wedding with Alex on social media. That post also mentioned the wedding. They had prepared quite early. Probably, they had been planning it even before my own wedding. That's why my sister didn't invite her friends to my wedding. I didn't create invitations for my sister's friends. Hannah said she'd make a group chat and confirm the participants herself. She wanted to reduce my burden during the busy wedding preparations. I thought it was a considerate gesture from her. But thinking about it now, she probably never made that group chat. Yet she lied about everyone attending. No one was invited to the ceremony. That's why no one came. Such a simple answer. Thinking back, it seems Alex had only invited acquaintances with whom he had a shallow relationship. Before and after our marriage, I was never introduced to Alex's close friends. Whether Alex had been connected with my sister before marrying me or it was just bad timing, the reason will forever remain a mystery. But one thing is for sure. They wanted this to be their first wedding ceremony. They probably wanted to erase all my time with him. How can I accept that? What was all the time I loved Alex and spent for him then? Destroying one person's life to find happiness for themselves is unforgivable. I reaffirmed my determination for revenge. As the wedding ceremony concluded, the reception began. Perhaps due to the large number of people, it was a buffet-style party, and the venue was bustling. I kept to the shadows. Now, we will present a congratulatory movie. Since the groom's parents couldn't attend today, they've sent us a special video. Please watch. The staff announced proudly. What, dot. Hannah and Alex were taken aback by this. The venue's screen lit up. Only in-laws. They were smiling, but their eyes had the sharpness of hunters spotting their prey. It's finally starting. I smirked as I watched the screen. Congratulations on your marriage, Alex and Hannah. Congratulations. In the video, the two of them exchanged smiles. Thank you for coming today, everyone. As a token of our gratitude, we'd like to give you a gift. Excited murmurs rose from the crowd. What is it? A present? The mother-in-law interrupted. It's a gift of words. Now, it's your turn, Dad. Leave it to me. The mother-in-law's previously relaxed expression tightened, turning devilish. See the bride there? She's Alex's mistress. And that mistress is his wife's own sister. Do you understand what we're saying? The people standing there aren't a fresh couple. They're adulterers. We will never acknowledge this marriage between these two. And we will sever all ties with them from now on. Stop the video. Alex's scream echoed as the video abruptly cut off. But it was already too late. The attendees were speechless from the shocking revelation. Alex stood up and shouted. Everyone. That was just a joke by my parents. It was a bit too provocative, right? The crowd began to murmur. Is that so? That was. Just as Hannah began to make her excuses on the microphone. I snatched the microphone from her. It's true. With just that one word, I made my statement. Then, I took off the cardigan I was wearing. Beneath it was a white dress. A year ago, I wore this dress when I married Alex. You remember, don't you, Alex? As I looked at Alex, his face turned deathly pale, and he was frozen. I took the opportunity to pull out something from an envelope I had and handed it around the venue. It was a photo of Hannah and Alex's affair. And photos from my wedding with Alex. The copied photos were enough to be distributed among all the guests. Looking over the chaotic venue, I took a deep breath. I did it, I really did it. After everything was done, I collapsed on the spot, half in a daze. Suddenly, someone grabbed me by the collar. Looking up, I saw Hannah, her eyes wide open as if they were about to pop out, staring at me. Why are you here? You weren't invited. I didn't tell you the place or the time. I burst out laughing at Hannah's panic. What are you talking about, Hannah? You did tell me, on social media. Hinting, right? I caught on immediately. Hannah's wedding announcement had, considerately enough, included the date of the wedding. With each update on social media, she detailed the ambience of the venue and the meticulous care she took in choosing it. It was probably meant to spite me. I'm going to have such a wonderful wedding. Not like yours. But that became a clue for me. It was easy to find on the internet. Social media can be scary, right? But why were you allowed in the venue? Your name wasn't on the guest list. I sighed and gave the obvious answer. Because I'm the bride's sister. The receptionist was one of your friends, right? She knew my face, so she let me in. They wouldn't kick out the bride's sister just because she wasn't on the guest list, right? You mean, you brought that video too? You brought it in secret, saying it was a surprise? Invite those two. That's right. Your in-law sided with me. Into my house to apologize, saying they couldn't stand to see Alex and you happy. So, we all planned today's event together. I pointed around the venue and laughed. Look, everyone's leaving. Watching the guests leave, Hannah's face turned pale. Wait, everyone. Her friends turned back to her all at once. Oh, Hannah. Why are you leaving? Those photos. The photo might be fake. But we don't want to associate with someone who might have committed adultery. Being with you would lower our own value. Value? But we're friends, right? It's rich hearing that from you, after all the brand name gifts you've used to lure us in. Well, we were also friends with you for that reason. That's why we helped you, right? Taking group photos to show off to someone. This can't be happening. Let me tell you one last thing. You've always seen us as just numbers, right? The more, the better. You don't care about each of us individually. It must have hit the mark. Hannah bit her lip hard. Goodbye, Hannah. Her friends left. In the now silent and deserted venue, there sat Hannah on the floor, Alex holding his head in his hands, and me, strangely calm. Well then, Hannah, see you around. I left the venue. A few days after Hannah's wedding, I was relaxing at home. However, I knew that this tranquility was only temporary. The doorbell rang. I checked the peephole and opened the door. Natalie. Alex lunged at me. How dare you pull such a ridiculous stunt? You ruined our happiness. Unbelievable, you wicked woman. Hannah appeared behind Alex and pushed me. I hit the wall and slumped to the floor. But that didn't matter to me. I murmured in a cold voice. You two never learn. But it's good you came to me, I murmured coolly. What? Hannah crossed her arms and looked down at me. Alex, check your email. There's important information in there. What? I had sent an email just before opening the door. I made sure to attach photos and videos. Photos and videos? You're doing that again. Alex picked up his cell phone with a look of annoyance. His face gradually turned red with anger. He swung around, thrusting the screen at Hannah. Hannah. Who's this old guy? The photos showed Hannah in flashy, revealing clothes, holding hands with several older men. The video captured her entering and exiting hotels with them and receiving money. Sugar dating, right, Hannah? I stated flatly. Hannah, you're always buying brand name items. Probably to show off to me. But that's impossible on a regular salary. So, I did some digging. It was kind of fun, like being a detective. Natalie. Hannah's breathing grew ragged. I turned to Alex, who was looking dejected. Hey, Alex. Did you get the DNA test done? What? Didn't I say? A DNA test would prove if the child is really you and Hannah's. There's no need for that. Because... Alex gasped. He probably realized the horrifying possibility. Alex. I spoke clearly and concisely. Whose child do you think it is? At that moment, Alex pulled Hannah's hand towards him. Looking her straight in the eye, he whispered. Hannah, did you betray me? After all you've led me to believe, even about the child. What are you talking about? That child is yours. Are you doubting me? Of course, I am. How can I trust a woman who secretly does sugar dating? You trust Natalie over me? So, you'll agree to a DNA test, right? We're going to the hospital tomorrow, okay? Alex clung to Hannah's hand, desperately wanting to believe her. That is, well. Hannah mumbled her words. This reaction was clear evidence. Alex raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. Damn it. I thought having a beautiful wife would be something to brag about, but look at this mess. You sisters have completely ruined my life. Stomping his feet, Alex lashed out at the furniture and stormed out of the house. Hannah, who tried to stop him, seemed to be pushed aside and sat slumped on the floor. Hannah. Looking down at her, I decided to provoke her further. So, how do you feel now? Hannah twitched in response. Once the test results are out, Alex will leave you. And you've lost all your friends too. Hannah glared at me fiercely. I have friends. Not everyone has left me. Then, what messages did you receive? What? Hannah let out a bewildered cry. She probably hadn't expected such a question. Right after the ceremony. Did anyone show concern? Ask about the situation? Offer you comfort? Hannah uncomfortably averted her gaze from me. I received messages, you know. Even when you tried to disgrace me with that bizarre speech, and when I divorced Alex. Sure, I only have 8 friends. But every one of them worried and consoled me. Despite having many more friends, no one worried about you, did they? I could hear Hannah grinding her teeth. Abandoned by the man you stole from me, and now friendless. Hannah, that's truly pitiable. I meant every word. Hannah suddenly raised her head and yelled. Pitiable? Me? What are you talking about? That's just your perspective. I'm not pitiable. I'm beautiful, have a great figure. And am valued enough to be spoiled by men. The pitiable one is you, with nothing to boast about. I felt no emotion towards Hannah's outburst and quickly replied. That's right. Then let me say this too. Hannah, you are not above me. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. What? I often praised you, right? Saying you're amazing for having so many brand name items, for having so many friends. That's what you wanted, right? For me to admit that you were superior. That's right. So what? You know, I've never once thought you were amazing in my life. What? I glanced at Hannah's bag tossed aside on the floor. I'm not at all interested in brand name items. And I don't care about having a few friends. I've never aspired to be someone with many friends. That's the kind of values I hold. So, Hannah, you were never actually able to get one over on me. What? No way. You were always saying how envious you were of me, how amazing I was. I said those things to make you happy because we're family. When someone's bragging with a smile, I wouldn't just dismiss it. In a word, I was flattering you. You took it seriously. What? Because I loved you, Hannah. We were the only family we had, and I didn't want to lose you, so I was considerate. Hannah screamed with a trembling voice. Don't lie. You were troubled because you couldn't have children. I don't care about that anymore. I answered with a sigh. In my life with Alex, I convinced myself that I had to have children. But life isn't that simple. There are many different people and many different ways to live. I won't suffer by obsessing over having children anymore. So, what I did was. Hannah began to tremble violently. I dragged the now immobile Hannah outside the house. Goodbye, Hannah. I closed the door with a bang. After that, Hannah and Alex got divorced. The DNA test results showed that the child wasn't Alex's. The news of Hannah and Alex's affair spread quickly. It was inevitable since they had invited 100 people to their wedding. Alex and Hannah were fired from their jobs and struggled to find new employment, living a difficult life with day-to-day jobs. I moved away from my hometown to start a new life. In this place, without Hannah and Alex, I plan to forget everything and start over. Today, I'm going to visit a friend's house. Apparently, they've had a baby. I ring the bell, holding a baby gift in my hand. My friend opens the door with the happiest smile. Congratulations! I sincerely offered my congratulations. Have you finished packing? Please hurry up. We plan to renovate your room after you leave. Without offering any help, the eldest son's wife urged us to hurry. She seemed ecstatic about finally making this house her own. She really doesn't know anything, does she? I glanced at my husband, who silently gestured for me to stop and smiled gently at his brother's wife. Sorry for the delay. We'll be out by tomorrow. Since there will be workers around, it's best if you and Emily stay in your room. Since we were leaving behind the shared furniture and appliances, our belongings were mostly just bedding and a few dressers. It probably wouldn't take more than 30 minutes to move everything out. The next day came. The final farewell was much more straightforward than I expected. Well, we're off then. Yeah, see you. Take care. There were no words of apology or gratitude. Without even a proper send-off, the eldest son and his wife just glanced at us while lounging in the living room. With such an attitude from them, there was no need for us to be overly courteous either. However, as we silently got into the taxi, I couldn't help but think about the cat they were leaving behind. Could Emily take care of it properly? Would she be able to love and care for it adequately? As I watched our home fade into the distance through the taxi window, I had a sudden thought and took out my phone to call someone. In hindsight, it might have been my sixth sense kicking in. My name is Karen, 64 years old. My husband, John, is a year older than me, and we've been married for 35 years. We've had a very harmonious relationship without any major conflicts. John worked for a multinational company and was usually very busy, but he always made time for the family. This year, John happily retired, and I was looking forward to spending more quality time together. However, it seems I was the only one excited about his retirement, as I recently realized. It was our eldest son, Robert, and his wife, Emily, who showed dissatisfaction. They've been living with us for about a year, ever since they got married. The cohabitation was at Emily's request. She liked the convenience of our home being close to the station for commuting and shopping. We wanted to give the newlyweds some space, but in the end, we were persuaded to let them stay with us. Never did I imagine it would lead to this situation. What on earth are you thinking? It happened about 2 months after John retired. Returning from shopping, I was stopped in my tracks by the sound of John's angry voice. In the living room, John was scolding Robert, who was sitting on the sofa. It was rare for my usually calm husband to be this furious. What's going on? I asked, and John turned to me with a deep sigh. Robert was rummaging through my bag and took money from my wallet. What? He seems to be short on cash after losing big at the Kentucky Derby recently. With that, John grabbed a few bills and his wallet from Robert's hand. It was definitely John's wallet. I had given it to him on our 25th wedding anniversary, so there was no mistake. The fact that it was in Robert's hand along with the money was undeniable proof of what John said. Robert. I thought you quit gambling. You promised never to do it again after that big loss last time. So why? Whether he heard me or not, Robert continued watching TV without replying. He often ignored conversations that didn't interest him or that involved reprimands. It seemed he truly didn't hear, as he frequently forgot things told to him verbally. This time was no different. No matter how much I pleaded, it had no effect. But I had a hunch about why he had started gambling again. It had to be Emily. Robert never had an interest in gambling before. He was a typical, honest office worker, never involved in any criminal activities like stealing from someone's wallet or shoplifting. If asked what had drastically changed Robert, I would undoubtedly say it was meeting his wife. Emily was a lively and energetic woman. When they were introduced, I hoped she would bring out the best in my introverted son. But at that time, I didn't know. I didn't know she was an avid gambler with a reckless approach to money. Your mother is talking to you. How about responding? Fed up with Robert's attitude, John turned off the TV. Finally, Robert spoke. Shut up. I gave it back, so stop whining. Why are you making such a big deal over a couple of bills? What? Besides, I was shocked at how little cash was in it. Dad, you've really fallen, haven't you? Well, I retired, so that's to be expected. Pathetic. With that, Robert walked out of the living room. I tried to stop him, but John held me back. It's partly my fault for leaving my bag out. And repeatedly scolding him will only backfire. But his attitude is just too much. It was horrible. Too horrible. John never flaunted his role as the family's breadwinner, but it was undeniable that we lived comfortably because of him. That included Robert and Emily. Not only did they save on rent, but they always had excuses for not contributing to living expenses, which John mostly covered. Instead of showing respect, they insulted him. I couldn't help but feel anger not only towards Robert but also towards Emily, who had reintroduced him to gambling. A few days later, still troubled, I decided to confront Emily. Robert seems to be struggling with money lately. Do you know anything about it? Oh, he lost big at the Kentucky Derby, didn't he? You knew? Yeah. I invited him to go with me. Just as I thought. Robert had started gambling again because of Emily. Why would you do that? Robert was trying to quit. Was he? I didn't know that. Please, Emily. Don't invite Robert to gamble anymore. If this continues, it will cause problems for you too, won't it? We just do what we want with our own earnings, so it's not a problem. I was taken aback by her unexpected response. Indeed, both Robert and Emily worked and earned their own money, and with no worries about food, clothing, or shelter. They were free to spend it as they pleased. But still. But you're married. You might have children someday, and for your future. We decided not to have kids. We don't want to be tied down and unable to do what we like because of child rearing. Her response shocked me once again. There was too much information to process. But in a way, it made sense. The financial needs drastically differ if you have children. That's why their money management was so lax. However, even without children, a couple should support each other. But as a couple, you should help each other in tough times. Robert is struggling right now. Then why don't you help him out? You're his parents. Besides, you guys are well off. Oh, but now you're on a pension, right? But there must be some retirement savings? John's company was multinational, so there's no pension. Really? That's disappointing. I thought you'd have a hefty pension. No, there isn't. So, please handle Robert's issues between yourselves. Honestly, supporting your living expenses is already quite a burden. And we can't afford more. Well, that's Robert's fault for losing. You can't blame me for that. But anyway, we can't help right now. Without securing any promise of support for Robert, I was practically chased out of their room. A week passed with Robert's money troubles unresolved. If he was desperate enough to steal from his parents' wallets, wasn't it a sign of real desperation? Shouldn't we help him before he turns to crime? John and I discussed it repeatedly, but he insisted this is the result of spoiling him. Now is the time to be tough for the future. In the end, I had to agree. At least we were providing meals in the morning and evening, and he had a commuter pass. He just needed to make it to the next payday. But our brief sense of relief was shattered by an unexpected turn of events. It was a weekend night. After finishing dinner, we were relaxing in the living room. Ding dong. It was unusual to have visitors at this hour, so I went to the door with some curiosity. As I opened it, I was surprised to see Emily standing there. She was holding a cardboard box in both hands, unable to open the door herself. What's this about? What's in the box? I took the box from her, and the rustling sound made me gasp. As I opened the box, I saw a pair of eyes staring back at me. It was a cat. Isn't it cute? I found it abandoned on my way home. Emily looked pleased with herself, but I quickly remembered the gravity of the situation and called out to the living room. John. Go to the bedroom and close the door immediately. I closed the box and handed it back to Emily. Emily, I'm sorry, but we can't keep a cat here. What? Why not? I explained to Emily that John had a severe cat allergy. Exposure to cat saliva caused skin inflammation, and inhaling fur or dander triggered asthma-like attacks. Once, when Robert visited a friend with a cat and came back covered in fur, John had an attack and had to be taken to the hospital. I reminded her that this allergy had been one of the conditions we discussed when she moved in. So you're saying I should take it back out there? In this cold? It will die. I was at a loss for words at Emily's remark. I don't dislike cats. So, telling her to put the cat back out in the cold was something I couldn't bring myself to say. But I couldn't risk John's health either. All right. The cat can stay in your room for one night. But just one night. Tomorrow, we'll contact the animal shelter to have it taken in. At least the shelter would temporarily care for the cat. Emily reluctantly agreed to my suggestion. I informed John and Robert about the arrangement, and we agreed the cat would stay in their room for the night. However, things didn't go as planned. The next morning, my eldest son and his wife changed their minds and said, "We will keep the cat." Emily, that's not what we agreed on. But we really want to keep it. It's so cute. Why can't we? Because John is allergic. If he doesn't touch it, it'll be fine. We'll take care of it. You're both at work during the day. Who will look after it then? Can't you do it, Karen? I can't, and that's why I'm saying no. How heartless. I didn't know you were so cold. You can't even help a tiny, cute cat. Do you know that shelters often end up euthanizing animals? You're just looking out for yourselves, ignoring any sacrifice needed. Do you know what people call folks like you? Old nuisances. What? We don't need old nuisances. If we can't keep the cat, you should leave immediately. Before I could argue, Robert continued. It's a good time for you to consider moving to a retirement home. You're old enough, and we have no intention of taking care of you. Besides, you're not earning anymore. That's enough, you two. All right. John, who had been silently listening, suddenly interrupted me. He wore a mask and gloves since the previous night's incident and kept his distance from Robert and Emily. I felt sorry for making him uncomfortable in his own home. I can't keep a cat because of my allergy. So we'll go along with your suggestion and leave. John. As Robert said, it might be a good time to consider a retirement home. John looked at me. I understood his intention, so I kept quiet. To Robert and Emily, it seemed like we had given up. Their attitude became more triumphant. Don't worry about the house. We'll take good care of it. But keep all the utilities and ownership in your name. It's too much hassle to change. Retirement homes are expensive, but you need to manage that yourselves. We're not helping. Their relief and joy at our compliance were clear. This must be their true nature. Maybe Emily had planned this outcome all along by bringing the cat. We were fooled by her scheme. Over the next week, I prepared for the move, taking care of John. Robert and Emily continued to make snide remarks, but they kept the cat in their room. Realizing it would be problematic if John was ill before we left. Have you finished packing? Please hurry up. We're planning to renovate your room after you leave. Without offering any help, Emily urged us to hurry. She seemed ecstatic about finally making this house her own. She really doesn't know anything. I glanced at John, who silently gestured for me to stop and smiled gently at Emily. Sorry for the delay. We'll be out by tomorrow. Since there will be workers around, it's best if you and Emily stay in your room. Since we were leaving behind the shared furniture and appliances, our belongings were mostly just bedding and a few dressers. It probably wouldn't take more than 30 minutes to move everything out. The next day came. The final farewell was much more straightforward than I expected. Well, we're off then. Yeah, see you. Take care. There were no words of apology or gratitude. Without even a proper send-off, Robert and Emily just glanced at us while lounging in the living room. With such an attitude from them, there was no need for us to be overly courteous either. However, as we silently got into the taxi, I couldn't help but think about the cat they were leaving behind. Could Emily take care of it properly? Would she be able to love and care for it adequately? As I watched our home fade into the distance through the taxi window, I had a sudden thought and took out my phone to call someone. In hindsight, it might have been my sixth sense kicking in. Adjusting to life after the move was a bit unsettling, but it was mostly comfortable. After all, with 2 fewer housemates. Everything, from cooking to laundry, took half the effort, and I no longer had to worry about being considerate. I finally felt like I had regained the freedom I lost before Robert and Emily got married. One night, about a week after living like that, Emily called me. With John's approval, I answered the call. Emily's panicked voice blared through the receiver. Karen. What's going on? The power and gas in the house seemed to be off. It seemed she had just returned home. She was so flustered that she inadvertently switched to a video call. All I could see was the beam of a flashlight moving around in a dark room, unable to make out Emily's expression. Well, I canceled the services, so it's no wonder they're off. What? What do you mean canceled? Is this some kind of prank? Are you getting back at us for kicking you out? Emily, calm down. Is Robert there with you? John gently asked, and Emily's tone softened a bit as she replied, he just got home. Robert, seeing the dark house, was also in a mild panic, but after they calmed down, John revealed the truth. The house has been sold. The buyer has been found, and the handover date is soon. So, we canceled all the utilities. A sale? We weren't told about this. How could you make such arrangements without telling us? I interjected in exasperation at my daughter-in-law, who was indignant and couldn't believe what her husband was saying. I informed Robert about everything. The sale, the handover date, and the progress along the way. Clearly, Robert hadn't communicated any of this to Emily. Or perhaps, in his usual manner, he hadn't even remembered hearing it. Given all the meetings with the real estate agents and potential buyers over the past few months, the house had been quite busy. But Robert and Emily were rarely home during the day, so they must have missed it all. They had plenty of chances to notice, but they missed them all. I assumed you would move out right after us. Haven't you started packing? I asked innocently. Robert and Emily immediately began arguing. It's your fault, I didn't know, I was deceived, and so on. Watching them bicker in the dark, illuminated only by a flashlight, was oddly amusing. But once they finished, they directed their anger back at us. Even so, moving forward without your housemate's consent is too much. I don't remember agreeing to this. Oh. But I did get a response from you. I asked if it was okay to sell the house, and you said, yeah, sure. In reality, it was a half-hearted response from Robert while he was watching TV, but it was still an answer. It's his fault for not paying attention. When I pointed this out, Robert was momentarily speechless, then shouted defiantly. Fine. What should we do now? What do you mean, what should we do? Where are we supposed to live now? You must have arranged something for us, right? John replied in a puzzled tone, why? My eldest son froze and said, huh, in response. You kicked us out. Why would we arrange a place for you? Well, because even if we hadn't kicked you out, you were planning to leave anyway, right? So, we're not to blame. And since you decided to sell the house, you should consider the impact on us. Yeah, rental properties pay relocation fees, right? So, give us some money. You made a lot from the sale, didn't you? A rental house, huh? In that case, before paying the relocation fee, you should pay the rent for the time you stayed in that house. And we also covered your living expenses. So, let's add that up. Considering a year of rent and living expenses, it comes to about $10,000. Can you pay that right now? Robert and Emily fell silent. Given Robert's financial troubles, they likely couldn't afford it. Realizing they were at a disadvantage, Robert tried to appease us. Right. We should pay you first, but we're a bit short right now. So, how about we live together again? Yes, please tell us where you moved. We'll join you there. They hadn't cared about our new place when we left. I dismissed their plea, that's impossible. We can't live with a cat. Wasn't that the reason you kicked us out? We'll get rid of the cat. Just let us stay. Those extremely selfish words made me truly feel sorry for the cat. It was clear that to my eldest son and his wife, the cat was nothing more than a tool to drive us out of the house. You said we ignored sacrifices for our comfort, but it's you who are willing to sacrifice anything for your convenience. The term old nuisances fits you better. When their parting words to us were thrown back at them, my daughter-in-law was left speechless and began to cry. But we no longer felt any obligation to be swayed by her tears. John and I moved into a senior living community, so you can't join us. You suggested it, remember? It's very comfortable. We'll live happily here. Don't worry about us. I ended the call. All we heard were their sobs. We never received an apology. Robert and Emily soon left the house. Without savings, they both declared bankruptcy and now live in public housing. We learned this from Sarah, our friendly neighbor, when we returned to clean the house. According to Sarah, my eldest son and his wife had a hard time packing their belongings in a house without electricity. As expected, they left the cat behind when they moved. Thankfully, I had asked Sarah to keep an eye on the cat, so it now lives with her. I offered to help find a new home for the cat, but Sarah had grown attached and decided to keep it. Surprisingly, Robert and Emily didn't divorce. Perhaps they're well-matched. They might be hoping for John's inheritance, but we've chosen a high-cost senior community, so there won't be much left. John and I finally achieved a truly peaceful life together. The senior community offers many services, including a gym, karaoke, and hot springs. We enjoy 3 freshly prepared meals a day, and we can go out or travel as we please. Best of all, we have many friends here. We plan to enjoy this second phase of our lives together, making new friends and cherishing our time. Emily. I want you to divorce me. I see. Regardless of the reason, I can't live with someone who cheated on me. Let's divorce right away. I'm sorry for hurting you. But thank you for understanding. We'll both be happy. As Todd and Cameron were about to leave, Cameron approached me and whispered in my ear. From now on, I'm going to have so much luxury. I'm sorry I stole Todd from you, right? With that, Cameron gave me a triumphant look and walked out arm in arm with Todd. After finishing all the paperwork, Cameron stretched widely and spoke to me. Finally done. Well, it had to be done for me to be happy with Todd. Good luck with your poor life, Emily. With a victorious expression, Cameron looked down on me and laughed. As I stayed silent, Todd joined the conversation with a puzzled look. Cameron, why do you think Emily would become poor just because we're getting divorced? What? Because Emily divorced you, a highly salaried man, so she'll lose her income as a homemaker, right? Hearing Cameron's words, Todd burst out laughing. What are you talking about? We'll be the ones living a poor life. My name is Emily Moon. I'm married and work full-time. My job was very demanding, and I was often away from home. My husband, Todd, supported me in everything. Todd took care of all the household chores in our place. In other words, he was a homemaker. We had only been married for 3 months. Despite being newlyweds, I was away from home a lot and couldn't help with the housework. But Todd never complained and always took care of me when I was exhausted from work. We had built a harmonious marriage, but little did I know that the arrival of one person would drastically change this situation. One day, Todd spoke to me as I got home. Can I invite an old friend over? Sounds nice, Todd, but that's quite rare you would invite anyone here. The other day, we hadn't seen each other in a while. We had such a great time that we decided to meet again. I also wanted to introduce her to you. Todd explained with a big smile. Seeing his face, I couldn't help but smile as well. Got it, thanks. I might have some time off next weekend, so can you ask that friend of yours if available? Sure. Thanks, Emily. Looking happy, Todd immediately started texting on his phone. I've rarely seen Todd angry or in a bad mood. I love his kind, honest personality and his cheerful smile. Todd's old friend, Cameron, was available next weekend and planned to visit. Todd was so fond of his old friend. Must be a wonderful person. I was looking forward to meeting Cameron. The next weekend. That was the day Cameron would visit our home. Todd had been cooking various dishes since morning to welcome his old friend. Todd is very skilled at housework, especially cooking. The table was filled with delicious-looking dishes. I'm sure Cameron would be pleased. Oh, Cameron is almost here. I'm going to go downstairs. With that, Todd went out to meet Cameron. We live in a high-rise apartment with a concierge at the entrance. First-time visitors often get confused, so we always go out to meet our guests. I wondered what his old friend was like. As I eagerly awaited their arrival, I heard the front door open. Come on in. Thanks for having me. Hearing their conversation, I was puzzled. The voice sounded too high-pitched to be a man's. When Cameron walked into the living room, I was surprised. Wow, this place is amazing. So luxurious. In front of me was a woman, looking around the room in awe. Todd, this woman. Let me introduce her to you. This is my childhood friend, Cameron. Cameron, this is my wife, Emily. Nice to meet you. I'm Cameron. Oh, nice to meet you too. I hurriedly returned the greeting. From Todd mentioning his childhood friend and the neutral name Cameron, I had assumed a man would be visiting. Todd could have mentioned it was a woman. Feeling a bit uneasy, Todd and I started to entertain Cameron. When I led Cameron to the dining room table to eat, she sat next to Todd like a natural. Wasn't it normally me and Todd sitting next to each other? I thought so, but Todd didn't seem to mind at all. It wasn't a formal setting, so I didn't comment, but Cameron scooted her chair even closer to Todd. Still, this house is amazing. The furniture is so fancy, it's wonderful. Isn't it? We can live like this thanks to Emily. Really? So you two support each other? Cameron gazed up at Todd with an admiring look. She didn't look at me at all, and I just watched the two of them talking. I felt uncomfortable as I watched Cameron talk joyfully with the occasional intimate touch to Todd's body. While Todd seemed unbothered, it was clear Cameron didn't see Todd as just an old friend. When I kept quiet so as not to spoil the mood, Todd quickly turned to me and said, "She's funny, isn't she?" It was pure sincerity, not a dig at me. So I replied with a forced smile. Yeah. Todd probably didn't notice my feelings. He genuinely thought I was enjoying myself. Then, for the first time, Cameron turned to me and said, "I'm having so much fun. Can I come over again?" Though her mouth was smiling, her eyes weren't. Seeing me give a non-committal response, Todd beamed and said, "I'm glad you two are getting along." From then on, Cameron started visiting our home multiple times a week. At first, she came on weekends when I was home, but soon her visits increased, and then she even came while I was at work. That day, too, I found Cameron's shoes at the entrance when I got home. Sighing, I walked into the living room. There, Todd and Cameron sat together on the couch, laughing happily. Cameron had her arm around Todd's. Even when she noticed me, she didn't pull away. Already tired, seeing this made me feel even more exhausted. "Hey, Emily." Noticing me coming home, Todd greeted me with a smile. Cameron didn't say anything to me, just a quick, "I'll be going now," and left. Cameron was here again? Isn't she coming over a bit too much lately? I asked, sighing. As Todd continued preparing the meal, he added, "That's right. But Cameron recently got divorced and moved back to her parents' home." Most of the people around her are either working or have families. So she's probably feeling pretty lonely. While I feel bad for her, I don't feel comfortable with you two meeting up when I'm not around. You two seem unusually close. I'd like it if you could limit your time together a bit. I was pretty sure that Todd didn't have any inappropriate intentions. He genuinely wanted to help his childhood friend who was in trouble. However, I did not like Cameron, who did not mind touching Todd's body intimately even in front of me. Or coming into a married man's house in the daytime. After hearing my request, Todd apologized to me and said he would see Cameron less often. Then, I had to trust his words. However, Cameron continued to visit our home. It seemed like she was targeting times when I was at work, as I never saw her. So how did I know Cameron was visiting? It was because Cameron had gone out of her way to fold the toilet paper in triplicate before leaving. Having visited our home many times, she should have known that neither I nor Todd would fold the paper. She was intentionally leaving traces of her presence. It was a clear provocation to me. Though the visits decreased, she still came over every week, so I once again expressed my discontent to Todd. I told her clearly. At that time, she said, "I understand," but when she cried and told me at the entrance that she was having a hard time and that she was sad, I couldn't turn her away. I couldn't blame Todd anymore for speaking apologetically and asked him to keep telling her to refrain from visiting anyway. Todd would apologize each time, but the situation never improved. About a month after Cameron's first visit, Cameron continued to visit our home, and I was mentally exhausted. I was desperate to stop Cameron's visits. With that in mind, I headed to a place I normally wouldn't go alone. Todd's parents' house. If they were childhood friends, there might have been interactions between their families. I thought I might find a solution there. I rang the doorbell at my in-laws' house. Honestly, I wasn't looking forward to this. There was some reason I usually avoided this place. "Oh, Emily. Are you here alone?" "Hello, it's been a while." My mother-in-law's face showed clear displeasure when she saw I was alone. The reason was her. She disliked me. "So? Why are you here all of a sudden?" "There's no particular reason. I just thought I'd drop by since it's been a while. I'm not happy to see you. If you came with Todd, I could tolerate it, but spending time with you alone is a waste." Her blatant rudeness was rather bracing. If I retorted, it would only make things worse. It's best to smile and deflect. "You're such an unappealing daughter-in-law. If we had a daughter-in-law like Cameron, we could have built a better relationship." I was surprised to hear Cameron's name from my mother-in-law. If I didn't bring it up carefully, she might get suspicious, so it was lucky she mentioned it first. My mother-in-law continued talking without caring about me. Todd and Cameron were always close. She used to say she would marry Todd. And now he's married to a woman who can't even do housework properly or care for her family. It's really disappointing. "I'm sorry, I have many shortcomings." Without making excuses, I apologized. Yet my mother-in-law ignored my words and kept complaining, repeatedly saying Todd should have married Cameron. If Todd and Cameron ever did get married, my mother-in-law would probably be overjoyed. With such thoughts in mind, I listened absent-mindedly to her nagging. About 2 months had passed since Cameron first visited our home. Cameron's visits continued. By the time I had stopped feeling anything when I saw the folded toilet paper, Todd approached me with a serious look. "Emily, I need to talk to you about something important." Todd, who was always smiling, now spoke to me with a grave expression. This unusual atmosphere made me nervous. "Sure, what is it? Are you free this weekend?" "I'd like to have a serious conversation." "Yes, I'm free, but can't we talk now?" "No, it's better if we talk this weekend." With that, Todd left the living room. What could this important conversation be about? I thought we had a good relationship when we were together. Could it be about Cameron? I felt uneasy. Part of me wanted to get the conversation over with, while another part dreaded the weekend's arrival. The weekend came. My suspicions were confirmed. Cameron was there, looking as if she belonged. Todd began the conversation. "Emily, I want you to divorce me." I had somehow anticipated this. I had feared our marriage might fall apart. Still, I had hoped that Todd would choose me in the end. We hadn't even been married for 6 months, yet a single woman had swiftly brought us to divorce. I felt dizzy, like I'd been struck on the head. I like being relied on. When you entrusted me with the housework because you were busy with work, I felt needed. I felt like I was supporting you. I had felt the same way. I believed we could break free from traditional gender roles and support each other through our strengths and passions. I thought we could do that together. But Cameron can't do anything. She can't live without me. I need to support her. Todd must have really thought so. He sincerely wanted to help someone in need. However, I wondered if it was right for him to leave his wife to help others. Looking at Cameron, she didn't seem remorseful despite her downcast gaze. Someone who truly felt sorry wouldn't sit back on the sofa with their legs crossed. She was likely reveling in finally taking Todd away from me. Todd's inability to notice these things might be a flaw. I found it ridiculous to be seriously troubled by this. Todd's nature would likely never change. Though he probably felt some guilt towards me, his actions stemmed from a genuine desire to help. Given his altruistic motivations, I doubted he could ever fully sever ties with Cameron, even if I refused the divorce now. It seemed easier to divorce now rather than deal with this problem for the rest of my life. I see. Regardless of the reason, I can't live with someone who cheated on me. Let's divorce right away. I'm sorry for hurting you. But thank you for understanding. We'll both be happy. As Todd and Cameron were about to leave, she approached me and whispered in my ear. From now on, I'm going to have so much luxury. I'm sorry I stole Todd from you, right? With that, Cameron gave me a triumphant look and walked out arm in arm with Todd. Though she clearly misunderstood the situation, I felt no obligation to correct her. For the divorce, I decided to hire a lawyer and negotiate a settlement. Since we didn't have children, we mainly needed to discuss the division of assets. On that day, Todd, Cameron, and I were supposed to meet at the lawyer's office to talk things through. Todd had declared he would mostly agree to my terms. Though Cameron voiced her displeasure, Todd silenced her by saying it was only right to compensate me for the hurt they had caused. I agreed to the division of assets Todd was entitled to and demanded alimony for the affair. Cameron looked dissatisfied at the mention of alimony, but her expression softened when Todd said he would pay for both of them. After finishing all the paperwork, Cameron stretched widely and spoke to me. Finally done. Well, it had to be done for me to be happy with Todd. Good luck with your poor life, Emily. With a victorious expression, Cameron looked down on me and laughed. As I stayed silent, Todd joined the conversation with a puzzled look. What are you talking about? Poor life, what's that supposed to mean? Because she divorced you, you know? She's going to have to live a poor life from now on. So I felt sorry for her. Cameron, why do you think Emily would become poor just because we're getting divorced? What? Because Emily divorced you, a highly salaried man, so she'll lose her income as a homemaker, right? Hearing Cameron's words, Todd fell silent for a moment. Then he burst out laughing. What are you talking about? We'll be the ones living a poor life. What? Cameron looked back and forth between Todd and me with wide eyes. I decided to stay out of the conversation. Holding his stomach, Todd tried to continue speaking. I told you Emily is the CEO, right? I never said I was the one working. You did say that, but I thought it was a joke. Was that true? Why would I lie about that? I'm the stay-at-home husband, and Emily was the one working. She's the CEO of the famous ABC Corp. Upon hearing the company name, Cameron turned sharply to look at me. ABC Corp. That ABC Corp? The one with the $1.5 billion revenue? You're kidding, right? Thank you for recognizing our company. Let me formally introduce myself, Emily, CEO of ABC Corp. I took out my business card and handed it to Cameron. Cameron, in a daze, slowly accepted the card. The company name was clearly printed on it. Cameron's hand trembled slightly. How? Why? Todd's mom said he was an elite high earner. This can't be. Hearing this, Todd looked surprised. I thought to myself that Cameron and my mother-in-law were conspiring together, but I remained silent, listening to their conversation. Why would Mom have that misunderstanding? Didn't Emily explain? Well, your mom said it's impossible for a woman to earn money. She also said women should do all the housework and that failing to fulfill a wife's duties is the worst. She said all sorts of things. That's ridiculous. Such outdated thinking. Sighing, Todd seemed exasperated by his mother's beliefs. But I chose Cameron over Emily. This proves I did it for love, not for money, right? Todd smiled at Cameron, who seemed too stunned to comprehend anything. Can we consider this discussion over? You agree to the terms, right? Yes, this wraps up everything. I feel bad for hurting you, Emily. We won't bother you again. Good. Please make sure to tell the woman next to you and your mother not to contact me anymore. Got it. We'll be leaving now. Todd supported the utterly dazed Cameron as they left the lawyer's office. Stealing a man for his money, only to find out he was a stay-at-home husband, was a shock for Cameron. It was highly doubtful they would have built a good relationship moving forward. However, this was no longer my concern. Finally freed from this mess, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. One day, having returned to single life and living freely despite my busy work schedule, my secretary Clara informed me that a woman was causing a scene at the entrance, demanding to see me. Apparently, she wasn't a business contact, and despite Clara trying to calm her down, she kept insisting on seeing President Moon. Having a bad feeling, I told Clara to take the woman to the reception room and asked her to be present. When I entered the room, as expected, there was Cameron, breathing heavily with a frantic expression. I regretted giving her my business card earlier. What do you want, showing up at my company like this? Don't you realize causing a scene at the entrance is disruptive? I didn't have your contact information, and when I tried to go to your house, the concierge stopped me at the entrance. I couldn't talk to you. So I had no choice but to come here. We finished everything during the settlement negotiations, didn't we? I never wanted to see you again. I didn't want to come here either. Cameron slammed her hand on the table. Clara looked displeased, but I signaled her to stay calm. Yes. I came to complain to you. Complain? That's right. You said you divided the assets, but what's with that amount? For a CEO of such a big company, you're being stingy. Cameron ranted rapidly, looking very desperate. I'm not being stingy. The amount is fair. Liar. It's true. I doubted she would back down easily. Annoyed, I decided to explain the situation. First of all, my marriage to Todd lasted only 6 months. I divided my income during that period equally. After that, the alimony for you and Todd was paid out, so it's natural that the final amount was less. Upon hearing the mention of alimony, Carol's eyes widened. Todd had paid the alimony for both of them. Realizing why a significant amount of money had disappeared, she looked frustrated. Still, why can't we live in that luxury apartment? The house and furniture are shared marital assets, aren't they? It's unfair for you to keep everything to yourself. As Cameron continued to argue, I grew tired of dealing with her. I lowered my gaze and explained calmly. I remember you looking around the house the first time you visited. If the apartment and furniture had been purchased after we got married, you'd be right about them being shared assets. What do you mean? The apartment and all the furniture were things I bought while I was single. So, they're entirely mine. There's no chance you could live there. Presented with the stark reality, Cameron couldn't hide her shock. She muttered in a faint voice. I thought that by marrying Todd, I'd get all the wealth, the luxury apartment, the fancy furniture. Tough luck. But hey, you got a kind husband who's great at housework. Be satisfied with that. That's the problem too. Cameron snapped back to reality and raised her voice. What do you mean? Todd wants me to work. He says I'm better suited to being a stay-at-home husband. So you should go out and earn the money. I married him thinking I'd live comfortably without having to work. If one spouse was a stay-at-home partner, the other working was only natural. Cameron had her issues, but in this regard, Todd was not without fault either. He could only be a stay-at-home husband because I preferred to work outside. For someone like me, who enjoys working, Todd was an ideal partner because he took care of the housework. I've never worked properly, always lived at home. Now I'm juggling part-time jobs, but I can't get a stable income. Todd doesn't get mad. But he says things like, with my skills, I can make cheap meals, so let's save money together. His positivity is driving me nuts. Yeah, he can be a bit much. I responded. Todd's positivity was one of his strengths, but he could also be a bit airhead and irritating at times. He even says things like, even if we have to live a poor life, as long as we're together, it's fine. I have the cooking skills to make you feel good every day. I was feeling pretty good thinking you'd struggle with a poor life. If I knew it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have married Todd. I don't want him anymore, you can have him back. It was clear her frustration stemmed from not getting the luxurious life she envisioned. She was now forced into a poor lifestyle with a kind but unambitious husband. She was getting her comeuppance for thinking only of herself. Even though it was all her fault, she couldn't help but take it out on me. But none of this mattered to me. I don't care about your feelings, and I don't want a man who cheated on me, regardless of the reason. Is that all you have to say? If so, please leave. As I spoke, Clara called security without waiting for Cameron's response and had her escorted out. I could hear her yelling in the hallway, but the sound gradually faded away. Feeling relieved as Clara instructed the security to turn Cameron away if she ever showed up again, I sighed deeply. I was done with all this drama. One day, while I was peacefully working, free from Cameron's harassment, I decided to leave the office without doing overtime for once. As I stepped out, someone suddenly grabbed my arm. I was too shocked to scream and turned to see my mother-in-law, her face contorted with anger. Finally, I've caught you. I've been waiting for hours, and you never came out. How could you turn away your mother-in-law from the house? What kind of nerve do you have? Now it was my mother-in-law causing trouble. I had forgotten about her. The thought of her waiting outside for hours sent a shiver down my spine. Hiding my fear, I responded firmly. Todd and I got divorced, so we're no longer related. There's no reason to let unrelated people into my home. I've instructed the building to only allow people I've approved into the entrance. You're so insolent. Show some respect for your elders. She screeched, her voice a piercing sound I had never heard before. It was incredibly annoying. I would if there was anything respectable about you. But there's not. So, what do you want? Don't be disgraceful. I came because I have something to say to you. Nobody asked you to. I wanted to run away from her right then, but that might just lead to more stalking. I decided to hear her out and end things for good today. Why didn't you tell me Todd wasn't working? Your deceit has caused me so much trouble. I told you many times that I worked while Todd took care of the house. You always called me a liar or ignored me. Her misunderstanding was her own fault, yet she blamed me for everything. You should have tried harder to make me listen. I thought I'd live a luxurious life with Todd and his wife, but instead, we're living a miserable life every day. I can't take it anymore. So, you were after the money too. Just like Cameron, you thought you could live off someone else's wealth and now you're paying the price. Shut up. This is all your fault. You owe me living expenses for life. That's absurd. There's no way that would hold up. Besides, doesn't your husband still work? Even if Todd and Cameron can't support you, you should be able to manage. Her husband was still around, though he rarely came home from his long-term assignment. But we met a few times a year, and he was always kind to me. Though dealing with my mother-in-law was a pain, his presence made visiting bearable. Well, that's... She trailed off, her response hesitant. When he came back recently, he found out that I had married Todd to Cameron. He divorced me and kicked me out of the house. Now I live with Todd and Cameron. It was only natural her husband would be curious why his son's wife had changed. My mother-in-law must have spoken ill of me, making him uncomfortable. But I thought I'd live in luxury with Todd's money, so I boasted about it. Now I can't even ask my ex-husband for help. I'm amazed. My father-in-law was a kind and thoughtful man. If you had treated him well, he would have helped you. But now, you're reaping what you've sown. I won't help you. She looked down for a moment, but my refusal to help made her angry again. How cruel. What kind of heartless person are you? I'm begging you for help. Say what you want. If you keep this up, I'll call the police. This is my workplace, and your behavior is disruptive. Hearing the word police, my mother-in-law's face turned pale. She bit her lip in frustration but left without saying another word. Her shoulders slumped, and she looked like she was carrying the weight of despair on her back. Here's what I learned from my lawyer afterward. Apparently, Todd, Cameron, and my mother-in-law were still living together. Todd, who wanted to remain a stay-at-home husband, realized that Cameron and my mother-in-law couldn't earn enough to support the three of them. So he started job hunting. However, having been out of work for months without a valid reason like illness or caregiving, Todd could only find a low-paying job. In the end, Todd's salary wasn't enough to support them, so Cameron and my mother-in-law also took up part-time jobs to make ends meet. When Todd handled all the housework, their home was spotless, and they enjoyed home-cooked meals every day. Now, with everyone busy working, their house was a mess, they relied on convenience foods, and arguments were frequent. As for me, I was enjoying a comfortable life. I hired house cleaners to keep my home tidy, and I had plenty of delicious food from delivery services and dining out. Besides, it's not that I dislike cooking, I'm just too busy to do it. Occasionally, cooking for a change of pace isn't bad at all. I was savoring the freedom of living alone. In terms of work, I started a new business relationship with a company where my former father-in-law worked, and I met him again. Emily, I'm truly sorry. Because of my foolish ex-wife and son, you've been hurt. I can't apologize enough. My father-in-law apologized, but he had done nothing wrong. Please don't apologize. Although we are no longer family, I hope we can maintain a good relationship moving forward. Hearing this, my father-in-law smiled a bit and thanked me. For now, I was done with relationships. I decided to focus all my energy on my work. On the brink of turning 30 and feeling the pressure to get married, I reached out to everyone I knew, asking, "Does anyone know a good match for me?" Through a friend's introduction, I met John, and after dating for nearly a year, we decided to get married. 2 months into our marriage, I was at my breaking point. I wanted a divorce as soon as possible. There were a few red flags while we were dating, but my desire to get married was so strong that I turned a blind eye to all of John's flaws. It's true what they say, hindsight is 20/20. My name is Mia, and I'm a 29-year-old nurse. John, who is 8 years my senior, turned out to be a boastful and incredible liar. First off, his job title was a lie. John was actually just a supermarket employee with no specific position. I didn't intend to judge based on occupation, but he had claimed to be the store manager while we were dating, and given he was 37 years old, I naturally believed him. However, when we were deciding on the guest list for our wedding, he mentioned, "We have to invite the store manager, Alex, and the assistant manager, David," revealing his lie. "Wait, I thought you said you were the manager?" When I confronted John, he casually revealed, "I never said that. I mentioned I'd eventually become the manager." What? You lied? I was shocked and felt betrayed. But the wedding venue was already booked, and we had already introduced each other's families. "If you really mind, we don't have to get married," John said, threateningly. Regretfully, I replied, "No, let's get married," which I now realize was a mistake. "You didn't fall for my job title, you fell for me, right? The details don't matter. Just follow me without fuss." Is that so? John tried to act confident and cool, but frankly, it was anything but. Then why lie about being a manager in the first place? I wanted to point that out, but I kept quiet to avoid an argument. The next lie was about our living situation. This lie led to us living with his parents. Both John and I had been living with our own parents before marriage, but I had suggested, let's build a house halfway between our parents' homes when we get married. I've always dreamed of owning a detached family house. Growing up in a dilapidated rental house, I knew I wanted my own place once I was married. I had been diligently saving for this goal. John readily agreed, so visiting housing exhibitions and real estate agents became a regular part of our dates. But when it was time to narrow down our options, should we go with the place we saw last week? Being near an elementary school would be good, right? When I asked, John began, my sister says she doesn't want to live near an elementary school because it's noisy. She prefers being close to a convenience store. And my mom wants to be near a hospital. My dad doesn't care where we live as long as there's space to display his puzzles. Why are your sister, mother, and father's preferences coming into this? I was shocked because I had assumed it would be just the two of us. What? You knew this, right? I'm the eldest son. It's obvious we're going to build a new duplex for the family to live together. This was completely new to me. I had always discussed with John about just the two of us living together, and I thought he was on board. If that's the case, I'm the eldest daughter, and my mother is alone at home. Your family has both your parents, remember? You're a woman, and I'm a man, it's different. Besides, your mother is okay with her daughter getting married, right? That's true, but I wasn't informed about this. As an only daughter, I was concerned about my mother living alone, and had initially considered marrying someone who would join our family. But finding a man who met the criteria proved difficult. After my mother told me, I'll be fine, so put your happiness first, I started dating John. I didn't mention it, but you know, my sister doesn't work, and my parents are living on their pension. As the eldest son's family, it's our duty to support them. Wait a minute. Don't include me in this so casually. I might come to terms with living with my in-laws, but having his sister live with us too is something I can't accept. Despite being in a neat status since her high school days, his sister isn't suffering from any illness, she's perfectly healthy. She says she doesn't want to work because she prefers to enjoy life. His mother shared similar traits with his sister, and his father, though quiet, would just watch TV and work on his puzzles all day without doing any housework. Huh? You're the wife of the eldest son. Are you saying you have no intention of supporting the family? I was speechless. Was this man serious? Then he should support them within his own means. My dream of a brand new single-family home was quickly deflating. John remained firm, I'm not backing down. If you don't like it, we can just get a divorce. So for now, I'll move in with your family. I believe that was the best play I could make under the circumstances. I postponed the idea of building our own house. I didn't want to waste the savings I had accumulated for our dream home during my single years. Thus, after getting married, I ended up living with John's family. Since John worked at the supermarket and I was a nurse, we both were on shifts. I also had night shifts. Shortly after moving in, I was woken up by my mother-in-law ripping off my blanket after a night shift, saying, "Sleeping until noon is unacceptable for a daughter-in-law. I just got back a little while ago, and I have another night shift tomorrow. Stop complaining and do some housework. Make lunch for us." What are you doing? I silently pushed my mother-in-law out of the room. This was no joke. I needed sleep. Mia. Who do you think you are? I could hear my mother-in-law still ranting in the hallway, but I ignored her. I locked the door, put in earplugs, covered myself with a blanket, and went back to sleep. I woke up around 3 p.m. and started doing housework. It's strange. In this house, besides me, there are 3 other healthy adults, yet why am I the only one expected to do housework and work? Then my husband came home. "Hey, Mia, I heard about it. You were home, and you didn't make lunch for my mom." Well, I was tired. Besides, when I'm not around, you guys manage on your own, so why can't you do the same when I'm sleeping? John scolded me while his parents and sister smirked behind him. What about you? Weren't you supposed to work until tonight? I left early because my sister called about a family emergency. All this because I didn't make lunch? Ridiculous. My true feelings slipped out. This only added fuel to the fire, and John scolded me even more. Is marriage supposed to be this hard for a wife? With no peace at my in-laws, I found excuses to return to my mother's house on particularly exhausting days or on my days off. My mother welcomed me without a word. I want a divorce. Yet, I couldn't bring myself to say it out loud. Then, the topic of moving came up at my mother's house. They want us to move out next year? The rental house my mother was living in had severe leaks. The landlord decided it would be better to demolish it rather than undertake major repairs. That's right. It's not immediate, but you know, there are the rescue cats. We need a pet-friendly apartment. After my father passed away, my mother started volunteering to temporarily foster abandoned or lost cats. Though we lived in a rental, it was an old house nearly 50 years old, and the landlord was understanding. Then I'll help look too. It was a great excuse to fill my time on days off. It would help my mother, and I loved looking at properties. It was killing not two, but three birds with one stone. While visiting various real estate agencies, my mother muttered, "A detached family house is just a pipe dream." Wait a minute. It hit me suddenly. A divorce would solve everything. A house is a lifetime investment, and I want to live with someone I truly want to be with. Oh. Cat Ears Construction? It was a construction company we stumbled upon by chance, but the sign had a cat picture on it. And a banner at the entrance read, "Homes for Cat Lovers." We couldn't help but go inside. The clerk, a very friendly woman, enthusiastically explained their offerings, including a catio, an outdoor cage for cats. I thought cats were strictly indoor pets. But it turns out they offer sunrooms for cats who enjoy sunbathing and large cages that allow cats to safely go outside through a special door. We listened intently and left with a bunch of brochures. As we left the store, I declared, "I'm going to get divorced and live with you, Mom." That came out of nowhere. My mom was surprised but didn't say anything more. I can't imagine John, his parents, or his sister changing for the better, and the mistreatment will likely get worse. I have no intention of just nodding along anymore. By the time I got home, it was already evening. I hurriedly started preparing dinner. I put the brochures in a bag and left them on the sofa to look at later. The laundry I did in the morning was still there. And the kitchen table was littered with the remains of the frozen pizzas and forks my in-laws and sister-in-law had for lunch. You're the wife. How long do you plan to loaf around? I'm starving. Sorry about that. But your sister could have made something, you know. What? That's ridiculous. My sister-in-law was visibly upset, but I decided not to let it bother me. We'll be strangers soon anyway. Later that night, my husband came home and scolded me, "Hey. There's only $700 in the account for this month's expenses." I lied, "Oh, sorry. There was some administrative issue at work, so my salary will be delayed." "All right then. Make sure to deposit it as soon as you get paid, or it's divorce for us." "Sure," I replied. Last month, when we started living together, we discussed how to handle the household expenses. John insisted that I contribute almost my entire salary of $2,500, while he would only put in $700. He planned to keep the rest as his allowance, but I couldn't agree to that. I insisted on equal contributions, and through various means, I've only been depositing $700 for the past 2 months. Life continued much the same for a while. I consulted a lawyer, prepared for divorce, sorted my belongings, and kept busy with work and organizing my parents' home. John, who usually has different days off, recently started going out more often with his parents and sometimes even his sister. I found it odd, but it was convenient for me. Then, one day, John said, "I've bought a new duplex. We're going to sign the mortgage next Monday. Just so you know, if you oppose this, we divorce." He even showed me the divorce papers, very considerately. A house. What do you mean? You brought home those housing brochures, right? I went with a different major builder, but it's still based on what you wanted. So you'll need to use all your savings. Indeed, I had talked about saving for a home when we were looking at properties. Can I see those divorce papers, please? My mind went blank with shock, but this was actually an opportunity. I meekly looked down and took the divorce papers. Skimming through, I saw it was already filled in. I had to stop myself from laughing. John didn't know I was preparing for divorce, so he thought threatening me with the one thing he believed I'd hate the most would make me comply. Too sweet. Dreading divorce was a thing of the past. Now, I couldn't wait to get divorced. I immediately completed the divorce papers and submitted them early the next morning. Since I hadn't brought any large items like furniture with me and had been gradually moving my belongings out, I was able to leave without much hassle. I went straight back to my mom's house. Even though John kept calling and emailing me that night, I ignored them all. A few days later, my ex-husband showed up at my parents' home. He brought his parents and sister with him, and all of them were fuming with anger. Hey! What's the meaning of this? Why aren't you coming home?